Okay, everyone. So welcome to the formal start of our board meeting here in Washington. And we're very grateful to our colleagues from the World Bank for hosting us, and certainly as well for arranging a very good event yesterday, looking at all aspects around accrual implementation, use of information, sustainability reporting, and so on. Very rich discussion in terms of how you implement and how you use both accrual and sustainability reporting information and the challenges. In terms of today, firstly, just to welcome our three new board members that we have joining us. Present in the room, we have Sunjin Park from Korea. We have Karen Sanderson from the UK, who's also a former CAG member. And then online we have Yun Huang from China, from the Ministry of Finance there. So welcome to the three of you. Welcome also to your technical advisors where they are new to the board. Welcome back, Henning, in your new guise as Karen's TA. In terms of this board meeting, we have a couple of members joining us online due to visa challenges, and also Abdullah, I can see you online at the moment, but I know you've got some operational challenges, which means you won't be necessarily with us throughout all the sessions. So I'm just going to, because we're going to have the report back from the PIC, and actually I know Jon Blondal in particular has an urgent appointment elsewhere, we're going to rejig the agenda slightly. I just want to deal with the minutes from the December board meeting and just to check whether there are any final comments on those. Okay, seeing no flags raised, I think we formally approve those. And Jon, over to you for the report back on last week's PIC meeting in Paris.
Thank you very much. Well, it's over to me and Samia. We'll be doing it together. And first of all, it is a great pleasure to be here. And I reiterate Ian's welcome to the new members. It's a pleasure to see you. Where am I? What screen am I looking at? This one here. Okay. And so it is. I'm joined here. Well, I'll get to that to the next slide. It is. Okay, good. It is always again a great pleasure to be here. Just start by reminding you. What did I do wrong? Here you go. Just to remind you, for those, especially those who are new, that the Public Interest Committee consists of representatives from these four organizations. The International Monetary Fund. I am very pleased to say we have a new member from there, Salendra Patan Ayak, who is representing the IMF. He's the chief of their Public Financial Management Division. We also have a new person from the World Bank, Samia Sadek. So thank you very much, and she will be speaking after me. From Intosai, it is Vincent Feller, who is with the Cour des Comptes in France, and then me from the OECD. As you know, these report backs tend to be short, but we are very pleased to answer any questions that you may have. Now, I did this again. Our oversight activities are divided into these three established pillars: ensuring rigorous due process, qualified and inclusive appointments, and relevant and timely standards. And I think in all of these areas, the Public Interest Committee is very much satisfied with the work of the International Public Sector Accounting Standards Board. We met last week in Paris, and I think it's one of our members said that we have absolutely no concerns, which I think is something that all of us can echo. So I think the board is very much to be congratulated for that, and IFAC in all aspects of its operations. If I say a few words about each of these, As you know, there is a protocol in place between IPSASB and the PIC regarding the stages of due process. We have been undergoing this process of, rather than taking a look at due process at the end, to rather do it at each stage of the cycle, so each milestone of the cycles. And I think that is now working very smoothly. And I think all parties, including IPSASB, the staff are very satisfied with this in order to do it at each state like this. So we are very much pleased with that. At the PIC meeting, it was highlighted, a very important part of due process is responding to feedback that the board receives. And with the new sustainability standard, I think as we're all aware, views are quite divergent on that. So I think it'll be a challenge for the board in how to respond to all of those differences that we often say with the previous standards. This has been more of a socializing people with the standards rather than any fundamental differences of views on the standards, whereas I think that is the case with the sustainability standard. So I think that's sort of a due process challenge that we see for all of us going forward. On the qualified and inclusive appointments, if I look around the room, it is a great pleasure to see how the progress that has been made and maintained by IPSASB and IFAC in this. It was commented at the meeting that focusing on diversity, men and women, regions, and professional background, I think is very much now in the DNA of IFAC, the nominating process, and this committee. So even though that we see that renewals are coming up, that we are very confident that IFAC, the nominating committee, has this very much on their mind, and that this will not change it. So, as you know, IPSASB was the first to achieve a balance, well, more than a balance between men and women, and rather than resting on that, it has been consistently maintained, which is very much to be applauded. There is also another appointment, of course, coming up, a very special appointment. It's the chair is retiring, as you all know, at the end of this year, and there is a process ongoing to identify a replacement. A search committee led by Vinod Rat, the former Auditor General of India, is in place. The IFAC Secretariat reported back on the progress with the search. We're very satisfied, as we are, with the process that has been used. We are not aware, as the PIC, the names that have been identified, but the search committee has very much expressed its confidence in the names that it has received. So the next stage of this process is, I believe, for the search committee to shortlist further candidates and select candidates for interview, which will take place in June, I believe. And I think it is everyone's objective to have a new chair in place as early as practicable, and maybe so Ian will have time to familiarize him with the work of the committee. So and of course it goes without saying, and I will also say it at the end, that there was a lot of congratulations expressed to Ian for his stewardship of the committee, that it has gone very much from strength to strength under his chairmanship, and entered new areas. And finally, relevant and timely standards. As a committee, the PIC has very much throughout emphasized wide consultation on strategy of the IPSASB, which I think has very much been achieved with various regional fora participating in activities and direct outreach to various key stakeholders. And I think it was very much as a result of this that the emphasis on sustainability reporting became very clear that this is clearly what stakeholders were interested in. So again, we applaud the board for its outreach to stakeholders and for its responsiveness to stakeholders. So let my part of the presentation finish by just again expressing my our thank you to IFAC and IPSASB. We had Jean, the president of IFAC, with us at the last PIC meeting, and we normally have the president of IFAC with us. We also had Lee White, the chief executive, with us. That relationship is very good. Absolutely no issues to raise. And the same, I think, the relationship with the staff of IPSASB, Ross and Dave, is exemplary in every way. And again, Ian, it's been a great pleasure. I know this is not the last meeting, but it's been an absolute pleasure for all of us at the Public Interest Committee to work with you, as well as Fabian, the chair of the Consultative Advisory Group. So with that, I now hand over to my colleague, Samia.
Yeah, thank you very much, John. And let me start by welcome you all to Washington, D.C. And the World Bank having 188 members, I will say welcome home. This is your place, and where your countries are our members and are the owners of this place that we are serving. And John covered all the dimension of the Public Interest Committee, and this concept of public interest is extremely important. And for me, it's beyond borders. It covers the whole world. And for us as World Bank, and I can even talk about the IMF, adoption of international standards is extremely important to create the public trust, and which is for us the real drive of any economy. And making sure that these international standards are adopted and implemented, not adopted, implemented as is a guarantee to the public trust worldwide, and this what will make us moving forward. And by seeing this globality, last week we had an interesting discussion. While I like very much the strategy that the IPSASB and Jan prepared, and giving a vision or when we are heading, what is the direction of travel. And so we had the discussion was about how to be really global, how to include everybody, not how to factor the capacity as we move forward and toward implementation. And as the economy is becoming sophisticated, the challenges are as sophisticated at that. And for example, adopting sustainability reporting is essential. We support this in the World Bank, and but it needs to be global, and what I called no country left behind, because the few countries that will leave behind will not allow us to reach this globality, will not allow us to have the comparability, and will not help us achieving the objective. This is the part, and this is where in every single part of the World Bank in the front line, that what we are advocating for, but not advocating in, only for asking, is really working hand by hand with the governments to ensure that they have the capacity to do it, not only imposing on them. So we have it through our policy dialogue, but also through our capacity development programs to ensure that they are catching up and getting there. The other discussion that we had and we support is an enabler, in my view, is the digitalization, the use of AI, which will facilitate. But for that also comes with it a challenge, the challenge of understanding how all this is operating and not undermining the human resources. The IFAC published today an article about the number of accountants missing in action and how we need to increase the number of accountants. And we don't want the public sector to suffer from that. And in order to get where we want to be, we need really the workforce that is competent and knows is at the end of the day a professional judgment. Accounting, I account for the last decades. I will not mention how many. And so it's a professional judgment, it's a professional skepticism that will allow us to reach this transparency that we look for and this public interest. So that is at the spirit and at the heart of the strategy. Now, operationalizing this needs us all to join forces. And I'm pleased to see the diversity here that will allow us to have champions and advocacy reaching the different parts of the world. Thank you very much again for the collaboration and for the journey and for really allowing us to get where we want to be and to continue moving.
So thank you very much, Samir and Jan, for that feedback. And I think, you know, that was a very good flavour of what was a very rich discussion last week. And I think, you know, as I said last week in the meeting, I think on behalf of the board, actually, we benefit tremendously from all the hard work of the PIC members and also the PIC Secretariat. John, as you mentioned, the way in which the due process now works, so that there is a process that is gone through in terms of report back from the staff each time we issue an exposure draft or a final pronouncement. That does go through those steps of process, and that I think is working tremendously well. But it's a tribute to the hard work that goes into that and the way that works. So thank you very much for that. I think you know, certainly as I go to various different events, the PIC has been tremendously instrumental in the reputation of the board in terms of high quality standards, because I think, you know, when you articulate who the members of the Public Interest Committee actually are, very much you can see people mentally checking off these are the right bodies in terms of the areas that, you know, are really we're involved in terms of strengthening public financial management. So I think that really has reflected a change over the 10 years or so that the PIC has been in existence. We've benefited a lot from that dialogue, and you know, I think that's a thanks both on behalf of the board, but also personal thanks from me in the way in which that dialogue has been conducted, and also, obviously, thank you, John, for your comments. I'll now open up then to see if there are any sort of questions from the board in terms of what we've heard. Andrew.
Thanks, and thanks to the PIC for the useful report back and insight into our work. The one area, I guess, that is new to the board, so it would be useful just to get any concerns or comments from your side, is sustainability. And I guess it's you know, are there any comments, concerns, or is the PIC comfortable with the balance of a financial reporting and sustainability work with us being one board? And I guess the governance, you know, sort of aspects that we've put out in terms of the various groups that we've got to assist us with those, etc. So just useful to see, you know, have we got that right? Are you comfortable with where we are, or anything that potentially you can feed into the process?
Okay, thanks, Andrew. I might just take Claudia's question and then go back to John and Samir. Claudia?
Thank you. Yeah, thank you for the report back and the applause we received. It was a pleasure for us to hearing that we have done everything right. So, but you mentioned one of our challenge we have to solve this year is to deal with the numbers of comments regarding the sustainability reporting. So maybe, did you have any advice from some other work of other boards or whatever, how we can manage this volume of responses and how we then interact with the responses. So
I mean, thank you very much. I mean, these are, I think, some of the key issues. Regarding the balance, I mean, there is, you know, the role of an oversight body and the actual board. So, you know, we do not go into in a very prescriptive way of telling the board, you know, you should divide your time, you know, 50-50 or, you know, whatever it is. We don't see that as our role. We very much see our role as that you have the process in place that leads you to come up with a work program that develops timely and responsive standards, and which I think the board very much has done. And we really don't have a comment on sort of how you operationalize that in detail. As to your question, I think it was essentially to flag that the comments that you will receive on the sustainability standards are, we believe, going to be very much different in nature than the ones that you have received on your previous standards. That, you know, it is not going to be a question of tweaking. It's not going to be a question of language. It's, you know, there are fundamental questions. You know, did the board get it right? And I think a lot of time will have to be devoted to sort of carefully going through that, taking account of it, and also showing to the people that provided the comments that, you know, they were taken seriously, that they were taken into account, whatever the conclusion of the board may be. So it was more, I think, there was absolutely no complaints in any way at this stage, but just to sort of to recognize that this is very much different. It's not business as usual dealing with the comments that you'll be receiving on sustainability.
Thanks for that, John. Scott.
Thank you for your comments. They're more of a historical look back at where we've been. So I'd be interested from the PIC's perspective, where should we be looking going forward? You mentioned sustainability as an area that we've moved into, but is there anything in your lens that we maybe ought to be beginning to think about what we should be doing? And, you know, last day we had a lot of conversation about statistical information and public PFM and all that. So is there any other place we ought to also be looking down the road?
I think we have systematically stayed away from comments like that, and I think we'll continue that.
Yeah, but from a global perspective, and I said that the World Bank is supporting worldwide the sustainability. This was part of our core values since I joined, since the bank existed, and now it's on the reporting. We recognize that it's not easy. We recognize that it is complex, and because it's a measurement issue, in the bank we have a very large group working on this, and because we need to report about what we are financing. But for me, as number one, as to put the ambition at the right level, not too high, not too low, because we will be giving the direction of trouble. This is number one. We need to start, and we need to keep this flexibility of adjusting. Number two, as from a public interest committee perspective, is that we consider the interest of everybody, and this will be the biggest challenge. Where is this nice middle, and taking into account the different interests? While you are translating this into the accounting sphere, we are at the same place like you on how to measure the different dimension of sustainability and how to account for through comparability. At the end of the day, we will compare our all members in this regard. So yeah, I'm very pleased that this started. Second, we recognize that it's not easy, but through the starting and by following the core values, I think that we'll be getting there. I don't advise us to be and low ambition. A good ambition will take us where we want to be.
Thanks, John and Samir. I mean, I think that's where, you know, certainly I think it's going to be interesting to sort of expand out the debate that the board started in December in terms of, okay, you know, our first venture into the area in terms of sustainability reporting has been responding to demands for guidance on climate-related disclosures. And I think then, you know, there are some very serious discussions about, you know, what the extent of that, you know, reporting landscape should be, you know, and that is certainly a changing global landscape and global views at the moment. So I think that getting stakeholder input, as ever, is going to be really important in terms of the thinking and the appetite and so on going forwards and where this goes in future. Renee.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you very much for a really good, insightful presentation. I really like some of the comments you made in the conversation on sustainability reporting and the massive task that we have ahead of us. Your reminders about the complexity of the comments, the diversity that we will get, and it's really connecting with some thoughts I was having on and that I discussed with staff on how do we ensure that we capture the richness of the comments, the different perspectives, and you did recommend that we think of different ways of addressing those comments, right? That the way we've addressed comments before is not necessarily going to be working here, and we really want to be effective in a very short amount of time. And to me, a key factor of our success and effectiveness will be the quality of the review of those comments, and sifting through the complexity of the comments. And I think we really need to think about how staff review and analyze the comment. And you did mention AI, you did mention the use of technology. And again, I think it's a great reminder that we have to start leveraging these tools. And I've already discussed it with staff, and they're already thinking about leveraging those tools for that particular exercise. And I think it reinforces, you have reinforced, at least in my mind, and I think in the board's mind, that we really need to tackle this differently. My hope is that as a board, we will be able to be more effective if we really capture the richness and the complexity and the nuances of the comment, and doing it in our traditional ways, we're not going to get there. So thank you for reminding us of that.
Thank you, Renee. I mean, I think that's where, you know, one of the things, you know, reflecting back on the consultation paper, clearly at that stage there was a question mark in terms of the board had hitherto been a financial reporting standard setter. It's moving into a new space, and I think there was a balance there in terms of, yes, the board has strong due process. We have well-established processes, you know, for example, using the in vivo software, which actually really allows you to kind of slice and dice the data in different ways and really understand those connections. But equally, we've got, you know, and actually, you know, we need to look at the responses we've received. But the evidence, I think, so far is we've got both more and more diverse sources of comments, and therefore that's going to test those processes. And I think it's going to be really important that we use the tools available to us, not only in how we analyse, but then I think, as you've already said, in terms of how we feed back. You know, in terms of formal feedback statements, in terms of basis for conclusions, describing the deliberations that the board has had, and so on. And I think, particularly as it's a first, you know, we're moving towards a first standard, it's really important that we're very clear about what the board has deliberated on and how, and the basis for the conclusions that we've drawn as we move through that. And inevitably as well the transparency about how we see this going forward and what the elements of work will be, and like the IPSASB has found really important, supporting the implementation going forwards in a new area. So I think there's a lot of, I think that's, you're very much flagging really, be very deliberate about how we approach this and how we move forward, and clear about how we communicate that to our stakeholders. So I think those are all very good challenges. Are there any final questions? Not seeing any flags up either in the room or online. So I think thank you very much, for again, for all the hard work and the support over many years. I don't think Jon and I would like to put any numbers on that, but we're very grateful not only to the PIC itself and the members, but also to the organisations that you come from for that long-standing support. With that, we know that you have particular appointment that you need to make. So thank you very much for the time for attending in person. And what we will do is we have a coffee break scheduled at this point in time. So we will take the coffee break. We'll come back at 11, and then we will, at that stage, move back into the agenda as advertised with the IPSAS update after we've had a formal welcome from the World Bank representative on top of the welcome from SMER. So thank you very much. Okay, so welcome back, everyone. Before we return to the formal agenda, what I want to do is welcome Serdar Yilmaz from the World Bank, and just to give us a formal welcome, and we will hand over the normal plaque to commemorate the fact we've met here. So Serdar, to you.
Great. Thanks, Ian. Welcome, colleagues. Welcome to the World Bank. Even though we have seen some of you yesterday, I know today is your first official day of business. We are very happy to host IPSASB here at the World Bank. And this is your bank. This is your house. You can come here anytime you want. And we are very happy to have you here. And I wish you a very productive next 4 days, and please let us know how we can make you more comfortable here in our facilities. Thank you.
So thank you very much, Serdar. I think we already feel very welcome, actually. It feels great to be back here again. And certainly we've had a lot of very good support already in terms of getting the meeting set up and arranged, and won't sort of identify individuals, but they know who they are in terms of all the backwards and forwards. And thank you very much for all the hard work that's gone into it. So if we can just go and do the formal handover. Okay, so with that formal welcome, we now move back into the agenda. And we move to the update on the European Public Sector Accounting Standards project. And welcome back, John Verrinder. John, very welcome.
Thank you very much, Ian. As you can probably hear, my voice hasn't improved since yesterday, but I'll try and make it through if I can. So let's have an update on IPSAS. Just to warn you, at the end of this presentation, there are 3 slides with quite a lot of information and feedback. I think I mentioned it to those in the meeting yesterday, that we sent a questionnaire to our EU member countries, asking them what they thought about IPSAS. So you'll be on tenterhooks to reach those slides, I'm sure. However, let's kick off. Do we have a clicker? Sorry, I should have grabbed it, or please. Sorry. Thank you. So most of you will be familiar with the IPSAS project. However, maybe the new board members would just like to know that this is a project at a European Union level. It's a project which has been running for a few years now, at least 12 years. And we get together in the EU and we meet regularly. And the idea of the project is eventually to reach comparable accounting standards in the public sector across the EU. We're moving in a 2-phase project, and we're still in the first phase since quite a lot of years. But I think it's a very worthy first phase anyway, you'll agree, which is to increase fiscal transparency in the short to medium term by promoting accruals accounting. And part of this work, and with the great help of Ian and others, is actually to keep the EU member states up to speed with developments in IPSAS. But at the same time, in our phase 1, we're developing the IPSAS framework. We're talking about how potentially future IPSAS could work, governance, accounting principles, etc. And then phase 2 is, you could call it the political phase, which is when a green light would arrive to actually start working on EU level standards and start moving in potentially into a legislative proposal, but that hasn't arrived yet. We produce regular progress reports on the project, and the links are there in case you wanted to follow up on them. The project, as those of you who are who were around yesterday may have understood, comes from EU legislation, from what we call the Budgetary Frameworks Directive. And recently this was updated last year. And we had a requirement now every 5 years to prepare a report on the status of public sector accounting, including the suitability of international public sector accounting standards. So this is a legal requirement that we have to prepare, the European Commission, a 5-yearly report on the situation. As I mentioned, we have regular meetings within the European Union countries, and we call them expert group meetings. And to give you a little kind of feedback about what's been happening recently since my last update. So those of you around yesterday would have heard about the Economic Governance Review. We're also looking at potential IPSAS structure, how standards might be structured. Then in Dublin in November, we had a first discussion about the preparation of the Commission report that we are obliged to provide by the end of this year. We also considered what we call IPSAS issue papers. These are analytical papers about IPSASs or other issues. And in this case, we took the time to bring the revenue and the transfer expenses standards, which had not previously been discussed amongst the EU countries. We had a meeting in February, so fairly recently, of the group, and there we actually started looking at the material that we will need for completing the 2025 report that I mentioned. So I'll talk about that in a second: accounting maturities, implementation costs, and the famous IPSAS suitability questionnaire. So first of all, accounting maturity. What we do in collaboration with our contractor, which is PwC, as you see the very small, is that we try to assess each EU member state in its accruals accounting maturity. And what that means is how far away are they from the IPSAS suite, basically. And I think this is a rather similar approach to the one that you're doing worldwide. And so on the right side, you'll see the accounting maturity in 2025. The dark orange are countries which are more advanced, over 70% maturity. This is for central governments. The lighter countries are the ones that have some way to go. And then on the left, we see the projected maturity in 5 years' time. And you'll see from the projected maturity that there's a bit more orange. In particular, if you look to the southern end of the EU, you'll see Italy, you'll see Greece, for example, projected to substantially increase their accounting maturities. There are a few holdouts, as you may see, towards the center of the European Union. Now, based on those maturity scores, whenever we talk to countries, talk to policymakers, etc., the question of cost always comes up. How much is it going to cost us to actually implement accruals accounting in the public sector? And we have to try to provide a number. So here is our latest estimate of how much it would cost EU member states to, in effect, move to IPSAS, because we're using that as a benchmark for IPSAS. So we take the maturity scores. How far away are the countries? We take examples from the past of accounting reform. So we've collected cost information on accounting reforms from different countries, and we kind of combine them together, and that's what we do here. So this is the cost for the EU. Now, it has two dimensions. The first dimension in the columns is the fact we all know that if you have to put a new IT system in place, it's a lot more expensive. So that's why the numbers on the right column are much bigger. So we tried to look at examples from the past where IT systems had to be completely renewed. And of course, in the left column, we say, well, there's an existing IT system, you just need to adapt it. And I think the surprising thing that we often find is that those countries that are still largely using cash or near cash have an accounting system which is capable of accruals-based accounting. No, they take an off-the-shelf commercial system, but they just don't use it. So, which is okay, which is good for the cost, of course. So those are the columns, and in terms of the rows, the A and B represents a little bit the range of costs that we saw from the country reforms that we looked at. So some countries reformed cheaper than others. So A is where we took the cheapest benchmark country. They were the ones that did their accruals accounting cheaper. So some of you might want to know, who are they? And then we have the B, which is the sort of more expensive, the Rolls Royce of accounting reform. So you'll see the amounts there. In billions of euro, they look pretty big. But in percentage of GDP, and when you start to put it against the economy as a whole, it's not a huge burden, let's say. And so we have the costs. At least we can present, this is our estimate of the costs, not perfect. And some countries, when they look at the information, they say, well, we think it's going to cost a bit more than that, So this is our global estimate. Of course, the difficult part is quantifying the benefits, as we all know, but at least putting a number on the costs is there. Now, drum roll for the slides that follow. So, as part of our preparation for this report, we launched a survey to the EU member states last year, end of last year, with 3 questions. And I'm going to go through the 3 questions and the responses a bit. But I think, Chair, you probably could spend all day discussing the points, so I'll go through rather quickly. So the first question was, do you consider that IPSAS constitutes a suitable reporting framework for the member states? And 44% of countries said yes, 48% said yeah, partly, and 8% said no. Let's start with the no, small percentage, a couple of countries, you can probably guess who they are. IPSAS, they believe that IPSAS is complex and detailed, and they feel that that's problematic. a high perceived cost of implementation. We just talked about the costs. A perception that there's too much application of fair value, which may be a misunderstanding in some cases, but this is their point of view. And they mentioned what we call the screening process. What we did was, in past years, we looked at each IPSAS and we screened it and discussed it with EU member states to see how they felt about it. And these countries felt that the screening process wasn't good enough, basically, that not enough of their concerns have been taken into account. On the yes side, so the obviously supporting the very high technical quality and the complete suite, international background, sound governance, we'll come on to governance in a second, standardization. So you can understand these arguments for yes. The partlies raised a mixture of concerns, implementation cost, the need for more detailed guidance, differential reporting, which of course the board has discussed fairly recently, but there is still a perception that more would need to be done in Europe. Improved alignment with statistical standards. This is a famous ESA I mentioned yesterday. This is our statistical standards for GFS and national accounts. A little bit more of an idea that there should be more focus on budget issues. So these are the types of points that were coming through. Then we asked about governance. So you've just heard about governance. So we asked about governance, and we did try to make sure that they had all the links to all the appropriate governance documents. So they were well aware of the very good progress that's been made in the last 10 plus years. So the yeses, you'll be pleased to hear, nearly 2/3 of the countries said yes. Governance is good. There's sufficient public sector experience, we believe, due process, independent, etc. The no's said that there would need to be more consideration of the specific circumstances and conditions in individual countries. Still some concerns about the status of the board, and also perhaps pushing for more public members. At least this is their point of view. I'm just repeating what we get from the questionnaire, of course. And then the partlies, please bring more users in somehow. Concerns over convergence with IFRS still. Some thoughts about the EU. How could the EU be more involved? We see, of course, members in this board from European Union countries, but still this issue from an EU perspective of how could the EU be better involved. The idea that maybe there are so-called special accounting practices, I really don't know what they are, but some people mentioned those, independence of funding. I didn't understand so much the last point about recognition and credible framework, actually, to be honest. But anyway, these were the points that were coming to us. And the third question. So as we take IPSAS forward in the EU, would IPSAS constitute a suitable reference framework? And I think a lot of respondents interpret this as basically saying, should we bring IPSAS directly into the EU or not? And 23% said yes. So they said, look, IPSAS has already been drawn upon by the countries when they develop their national frameworks. So, why not? They also felt that the kind of neutrality of the approach was really important for transparency and comparability. They felt that it would reduce the costs in Europe of doing something, obviously. And indeed, with transition periods and phased implementation, which is already part of the standard setting process, it's well made for that kind of approach. One question about sustainability reporting, to which the answer is we've got enough on our plate at the moment, so we really are not going there in the IPSAS project. And then some very specific European type thing, which is just to say, look, you still need a framework to bring it into Europe. I won't go into details. The no's, we're talking about the complexity again, problems with the legal frameworks in countries, although if you have European law, then it wouldn't be a problem. The political support, where is it? cost benefit analysis, just spoken about that. And indeed, even on the other way, why not just have an endorsement mechanism and just run it through? And then the partlies talk about statistics again. They talk about assessing users. So it's a similar kinds of points that were made earlier, just not to drag it out, Ian. So anyway, that's the feedback we got. And that will be used as the basis for the report that we're preparing for the end of this year. Thank you for listening and happy to answer questions.
So thank you very much for that update, John. So a lot of food for thought, I think, is fair to say. So open up for questions or comments from members. Karen?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, John, for that interesting update. I recall being at the very beginning of the journey around IPSASB some time ago, so it's good to know at least it's continuing to go, but sad to see that it hasn't yet come to the end. I had a question of clarification, and it was a really interesting update, and the survey responses are fascinating in terms of where people are at. But in terms of IFRS convergence, did people want more of that or less of it? So just to understand, I don't know whether you've got any more detail behind that in terms of what people's concerns around that were. And similarly for the statistical side, I assume that they want more convergence with that, but it would be really useful just to unpack that just a little bit if you're able to. Thank you.
Thanks, Karen. Take Angela's question and then back to you, John.
Thanks, John. Yes, I found it interesting and a very useful update having responses in a survey. Just a quick question in terms of the costs of transition. Have you just factored in the transition of financial statements, retrospective financial statements, or does that include for countries their budgetary interoperability of accruals through their public financial management systems and their budgets, basically, or is that just focused on the historic financial statements transition?
Thanks, Angela. And John, you might want to just make an observation about the benefits side, where there has been some research on that, which I think is also quite interesting, certainly as referenced in the World Bank report.
Absolutely. So, well, I can start with the benefits, actually. Yeah, I mean, we obviously are having difficulties to quantify benefits and compare them with costs all the time. So, and indeed, we can talk about many benefits, but quantifying them is something which you can do. And exercises have been done, and I think maybe people are well aware of that in terms of the benefits to the costs of your financing your debt, for example. There have been studies on this. There have been studies on the value for money benefits as well that are coming through. But just to address the questions, so first of all, Karen, the issue about IFRS convergence is that there are a number of EU countries who very strongly make the point that you can't use commercial accounting standards in the public sector, or you should not be using commercial accounting standards in the public sector. They're not appropriate. And even though I think most countries well understand the work of the board over many years to produce public sector specific standards, to have the GFS aspect as well being taken into account, there is still a perception in some countries in the EU that there is still too much commercial accounting left in IPSASs. I mentioned fair value and the whole issue around current valuation, and there is a strength of feeling in some countries that this is inappropriate for the public sector. So I think this issue about IFRS convergence, quite a lot of it is you could talk about valuation issues, but maybe there are other issues they're worried about. In terms of statistics, based on my presentation yesterday, which some of you will have seen, because the EU is so focused on using statistics or GFS in its fiscal management or fiscal coordination, many public accountants in the EU are very familiar with statistics, really familiar with them, and they realize it's the statistics that drive the policy. So they think that if the public accounting standards could be a bit closer to statistics, then the public accounting data could be seen as more relevant for the fiscal discussions as well. So I think that's where they're coming from on this front. And I think that obviously the discussions yesterday and the project that you'll be considering of trying to bring together IPSASs and GFS more closely will benefit us as well in addressing this issue. And Angela, in terms of the costs, it was really hard because every reform is different. And in some countries in Europe, accruals budgeting has been brought in. And at least one of the countries that we looked at for our study have brought in accruals budgeting. And it's very hard to separate out the different. We've tried to focus on the financial statements, but of course, if you bring in a system which does the financial statements, plus a bit of budgeting, plus everything else, it's very hard to separate out those costs. So it's highly likely that some of those costs have slipped in, where countries have actually included PFM or budgeting in their project.
Thanks, John. And I think that, so directionally correct, if you like. But I think that is where the research, and there is a paper that's referenced in the World Bank report, which does look at the benefits versus the costs. And I think it's always the case that it's easier to put a number on costs. Benefits is more subjective. But it is interesting there, I think, the number actually, if you look at what short-term costs would be versus, what the benefits might be over, say, a 5-year period. Actually, if you put those numbers together, basically what it shows, is actually the benefits are an order of magnitude bigger than the costs. And I think that's one of the things that does get lost. Because necessarily the details get lost, but I think that's an important piece of research, and certainly, when that's one of the things that's referenced in that very good World Bank report. So, would certainly recommend that report to members in terms of very good survey. I don't know if copies are still sitting outside, but it's certainly available online. So then, if I can go to Mary and then to Renee, and then back to you, John.
Thank you for your presentation, not only today, but also yesterday. And so I understand the fiscal transparency and comparability is so important. And so you emphasize the importance of fiscal sustainability analysis in EU and the debt sustainability monitor in EU. And so my question is about how to maybe the IPSAS focus of IPSAS is on the financial reporting. And so my question is about the budget execution comparison between the budgetary execution result and the financial reporting. And so it interrelated to each other. And so it is so important for the sustainability, and it's important for the evaluation of the performance. And so you mentioned about the budgetary framework directive in EU. So I would like to ask you about the relationship between the financial reporting and the budget execution results. Thank you.
Thanks, Mary. Renee.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Very useful insight coming out of the questionnaire. So thank you for that. So I'm still left with the question of when do we think that this is going to that there's going to be an outcome, a finalization to this? And I don't know that you can answer that question, but then my next thought is I review a lot of these comments and think that it's probably education, right? It's probably education of what we intended to do with some of the aspects of our standard, and helping European constituents to better understand our strategy, our intention with the various comments, the various aspects on which they're commenting on. And then that leads me to the question of who has the authority and the leadership to help the European constituent get there? Because I would hope there's a way to get there. And when I read more of the challenges type of comments, many of them seem to have a response to them. And I would also hope, and that's a question, if you're going to use this next report, this next progress report, to try to amplify those the clarification of the intention on many of these aspects, and help educate constituents so that maybe the next time the survey is run, there's a lot more yeses and maybes.
Thanks, Renee. So might just take a final comment from Claudia and then back to you, and then we'll need to move on. So Claudia.
Thank you. And thank you, John, for your insights. What I'm wondering, when we have followed yesterday the discussion or the advices, we always get the information, accrual accounting have to be implemented as a part of a public sector reform in a larger program. So is there anything planned in the European Union to combine, even if it's IPSAS or EPSAS, to have a revised reform of something more? Or if it's just, and even for the countries which are moving to using IPSAS or accrual accounting, it would be also good to see, or maybe to link them, if there was related to a public reform in these countries or not. Because isolating, it seems that fear a little bit of the drivers, or the, like Renee said, is someone pushing. If you're only talking about accrual accounting itself, it's maybe not sufficient. So maybe you have more information about it.
Sorry, we've got one final question online. So Yakuba, you wanted to say something, and then that's it. We do need to move on. So I'll go back to John at that point, and then we'll conclude the item. So Yakuba.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, John, for the presentation. I'm finding in the presentation some responses to questions coming from my constituent, because when we are promoting IPSAS adoption and implementation in our jurisdiction, questions were coming to know why Europe is not going for IPSAS. So now on the survey, I'm finding some responses to that question. But as a regulator, my main concern is that why European Union cannot find a way like the mechanism that were used to bring Europe into IFRS. So I can understand the concern coming from your constituent, but what can you do at Europe, the Commission level, like the IFRAG mechanism, so that we can bring IPSAS to Europe as well? Thank you.
Thanks, Yakuba. So John.
I won't take too long, but thank you so much for the very thoughtful comments and questions that you've raised, of course. Marie, we have deliberately excluded budgeting from the EPSAS project since the start because it seems to touch too close to the political sensitivities of the countries around the table. I think that's probably the easiest way to describe it. A few countries in Europe have gone down the road of accruals budgeting, but it is not something that we decided to take up. But on the other side, as you rightly say, we then leave ourselves open to the criticism that you're working on financial reporting, but then you're not doing anything about budgeting, and that means you're duplicating resources, et cetera, et cetera. So there are, there's pros and cons, but we decided not to go down that road. In terms of Renee's comments, EPSAS and when, it's been a long-running project, and it would require a high degree of political support to proceed into phase 2. And so far, we haven't found that political support in successive commissions. That means the EU turns over every 5 years with a new parliament, new commission, and so on at a political level. And so far, we haven't found that. We're testing the waters with the current commission on this to see where we can go. But in terms of the education, and I think you're right to point out that some of the sort of negative points that are raised here probably are because people don't fully understand what's been done or what's there. We did provide, as part of the questionnaire, links and material as much as we could to the IPSAS materials to try to make sure that people were reading the background and they could see before they answered the questions. So one can't guarantee that people read the instructions on the tin, unfortunately. However, there is definitely an area there where in our report at the end of this year, we will reflect, of course, the concerns that are coming, but we're already working closely with the IPSAS team to ensure that there is a good description of what has been done in that report. So we will try to address those misunderstandings in the report. And then on to Claudia's point, which is a really good point. You could certainly see IPSAS as a kind of sitting there all alone without all the public financial reform kind of weight behind it. I think it's a lot to do with the fact that in Europe, we do have a lot of structural reform and technical support also for public financial management reform. And when support is given for IPSAS-related financial reporting, one of the first things that's done is to cross-check with the other PFM projects that are going on. But we've always felt that if we were to combine it into one very, very large project, we would a little bit lose the focus, let's say. So I think what we've tried to do is promote the project, but also alongside and taking full account of the other public finance reform work that's going on. So that's not a fully satisfactory answer, and I'm sure we probably could do better on that front, but that's the way that it has developed. And in answer to Yakuba's point, indeed, I think in the back of the minds of some of the respondents to our survey, they were basically telling us, why don't you just do what Europe does for IFRS, which is basically have an endorsement process and then take IPSASs and go through with that. So we could see from some of the responses that that's actually where some countries would like to go. Unfortunately, it wasn't an across-the-board idea, but it's certainly something that we'll be mentioning in our report as being raised. And Yakuba, you mentioned a point about why, and a good question, why isn't Europe going for IPSAS? The short answer is many European countries are going for IPSAS, independently of what happens at the EU level as a whole. So what we've seen over the life of the IPSAS project is we've been working hard to try to get to the stage where we could have some common standards in the EU. It's taken a while, and many countries in Europe have just said, we're going to get on with it. We're going to take IPSAS, we're going to have a look at it for our national circumstances, and we're just going to do our reforms. And that's it. So European countries, many of them are going for IPSAS, so please don't misunderstand and please promote that message widely. It's just at the European Union level, there still isn't agreement amongst the 27 countries that we're all going to go all in together. And that's a different story. Thanks.
Thanks, John. I think that was a very useful update, and it's a very complex picture, and I think actually we could spend a lot longer. There are many different strands and nuances, but I think you ended in the right place, which is actually, I think, one of the benefits of the overall project has been that it has provided a forum for discussions amongst ministries of finance from the financial reporting side, which never existed before. And I think that's been tremendously beneficial. And I think that overarching point, which is actually that the number of countries around Europe that actually have either implemented accrual using IPSAS in some way, shape or form, or are moving very actively in that direction. And that goes back to that map that you showed, in terms of some of those very active reforms going on at the moment. I think that is a cause for, optimism and getting over the huge changes that there have been in terms of IPSASB implementing governance, in terms of completion of the conceptual framework, in terms of a much more complete suite of standards. All the criticisms that were levelled at the board back in 2013, I think, essentially, as somebody said to me, well, essentially you've been doing your homework and ticking off all of those. So it's good to see that. Okay, it's still a mixed picture, but I think some very positive feedback coming through in terms of that. And just one thing that I might mention is that actually through the fact that the European Union, the presidency rotates every 6 months, and currently it's the Polish that have the presidency, and through that we've been given the opportunity to present on sustainability reporting at a meeting in Brussels later in April, which I think is a very important high-profile opportunity that's opened up. So it will be very interesting to see where that goes, which is, of course, entirely separate to the IPSAS project, because sustainability reporting, despite the fact you keep getting asked this question, sustainability reporting is not in that project. But again, I think that's will be interesting to see where that goes. So, John, thank you very much, and we wish you a swift recovery in terms of the throat infection. Okay, so then we actually move back to item 2, which is Ross's Programme and Technical Director's report.
Thanks, Ian. I don't have any slides for this, but there are a few points I just want to highlight from the report. First, the main thing is that as per normal procedure in the meetings on Friday, depending on progress in the meeting, we will do an update on where we've got to and implications for the work program. In terms of that, a couple points I want to highlight from my report, just to make sure everybody's picked up on them. So firstly, I want to highlight the extensive amount of outreach over the last 4 or 5 months to support the ED92 consultation and ED-SRS1. In line with that, first, I want to give a warm thanks again to our World Bank colleagues who've been supporting the SRS project with a grant, hosting us here this week and really helping us ensure that the outreach and engagement for sustainability was as broad and deep as it was. A lot of our ability to work with partners and engage to the many events that are summarized in this report and talked about in further detail in agenda item 13 are because of that extra support from World Bank. And for those of you who joined yesterday, also heard a lot of great feedback and an excellent event organized by World Bank staff where we talked about PFM reforms, sustainability reporting, integration with statistical reporting, and the progress on PFM reforms around the world from various countries and learnings from those. So can't say enough thanks to World Bank for the support. In line with that, the outreach and engagement, especially the regional roundtables, would not happen without the support of our hosts who have helped us at the various events. And there's too many to thank during this session, but I've highlighted in my report. And again, there's more on that on agenda item 13. Along that, I want to thank the members and technical advisors from the regions who showed up at the events and supported staff in helping us make sure we could deliver a good roundtable experience and get the feedback that we'll be using as we take forward the comment response analysis in those exposure drafts. Next, I just wanted to highlight there is a point on there on the December meeting. Not going to have a long discussion on that now, but we're still looking at the space for that. Our plan, if we can, is to prioritize having that meeting in New York in a different space if we lose access to our current plan space. And if that doesn't work out, we'll be looking for alternatives. But that's one of our high priority items in terms of scheduling. And I'll provide more detail as soon as we have further developments on that. Did want to highlight a couple of additional points. Next, just academic engagement. There's a couple of paragraphs there, and I wanted to specifically highlight the work of Patricia in organizing a fantastic event for academics in Latin America, together with the Cigar Network. It's the first time I've had the pleasure of joining an event in Latin America for academics, and it was great to see people from all parts of the region in Brazil talking about academic engagement, talking about IPSAS, talking about sustainability reporting, and sharing that information within the community. And it was at Patricia's beautiful university in Sao Paulo, and it was exceptionally organized. It was a great event, and it was really good to see the academic engagement starting to move a little bit broader than the traditional areas where we hear from the academic community. And then a plug. We've got another academic event coming up in June in Greece, another cigar event. This will be the 5th time where we have academic papers funded by IPSASB. We're lucky to have the Academic Advisory Group Chair, Andreas Bergman, sitting with us today, who's been working with the academic group to review the abstracts for the papers, select the papers that receive the grant. They'll be reviewing the drafts of the papers, and the board will hear feedback on those papers in the future. Thanks to the members of the board who come from the academic background who are also participating in that task force. It's a very important part of our future work program that we hear about academic research on topics of relevance, and that we use that research in our taking forward of the projects. And last but certainly not least, I just want to highlight that we are planning a public sector standard setters forum at the September meeting. We're being hosted by the OCC, which is the accounting profession in Portugal, again, so it's the same hosts we had in 2022. The one innovation we've made is we'll be having the forum at the beginning of the meeting, starting on the Sunday evening with a cocktail reception. The Monday of the board week will be a full day of the forum in the traditional forum setting. And then on the Tuesday, we'll merge into the board itself. So I just want to let all members and technical advisors know, because unlike previous forums where we separate that by a weekend, you should be able to condense your travel all into 1 week. And hopefully we get close to full participation from board members and technical advisors at that forum. And that's it for me in the quick updates. Happy to take any questions or comments.
Thanks, Ross. Any points members want to raise? Patricia, to you.
Or not. And in fact, we have a great event in São Paulo, and I'd like to express my gratitude for all involved in this event. It was possible because we have some support from different stakeholders. Então, thank you very much for all that making the event a great event. And I think it's a good start point for enhance the interaction and dialogue between academic and non-academic community for improve the IPSAS implementation in our region. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Patricia. Yeah, I think it's great. And I think that's one of the things that's really changed over the last few years. I think there's a much more structured dialogue going on. And I think that's the benefit of all sides, actually. It really does strengthen, our understanding, being able to draw on research. And as Ross said, I think, the fact that actually that's broadening and strengthening in terms of the connection into the academic community is really great. So thank you very much. Okay, So I think we now move on then into the first substantive item on the agenda, which is item 4 on strengthening linkages between IPSAS and the GFSM. And just before we move into that, just a reminder to members, actually, you've got the luxury of being able to adjust the positioning of the microphones. So please pull them as close to you as you can so that you can just speak into that, because some of the interventions have been quite quiet. And I think if you just bring the mics forward to where they're comfortable for you in terms of sitting, that will help. So I think we have João joining us virtually. Okay, yeah. I'm now looking in the right place. João, welcome. And obviously what we're looking to do is approve the updated project brief reflecting discussions from December, and then to get some input from members into the very early thinking on what the outputs might be. João, to you.
Thanks, Ian. Good morning, everyone. Apologies for not being able to be there today. Some last-minute health issues, but I hope to see you again here in Toronto in June. So we are in agenda item 4, and we have, as Ian said, 2 agenda items. One for approval, the revised draft project brief, and a first draft and incomplete exposure draft for board discussion. So I would like also to take the opportunity to thank the board members that provided some additional comments and suggestions to the papers after the posting of the papers on the IPSASB's website. Staff has been engaging with those board members, and thank you for that. And I'll talk a little bit about those more important suggestions that some board members made, and as we discussed each item. I'd like also to refer that over this last quarter, staff has developed a document that is available for the board upon request, that we tracked all the evolution in terms of alignment between IPSAS standards and the GFSM since the 2012 IPSASB consultation paper. And so to show that the work has not been, let's say, stalled, much by the contrary, there has been several enhancements in terms of IPSAS standards to make it more aligned with GFS. So please move the slide to the first agenda item. Yes, thank you. So we are now in agenda item 4.2.1. So basically seeking approval of the project brief. So the project brief is in marked up compared to the version that it was presented at the December meeting to show the changes that were made. I'll not go through all of them. I'll just signal them, I think the most important one, which is the revised project timetable to address some suggestions from the board. And meanwhile, staff also received some comments that I would like to show, to say that it's not yet shown. So the first of all is that after the posting of the papers, the Economic and Social Council of the United Nations have adopted the 2025 SNA. So it's no longer, to be issued, it's already been issued, and the project brief will reflect that when finalizing it. And also another suggestion that staff received was that the project brief that is in front of you does not distinguish clearly that the project timetable that we are proposing in the project brief is only related to phase 1. And so staff, of course, will make that clear that that project timetable is for phase 1 of the project, and the phase 2 project timetable will be developed after the completion of the GFASM 2014 process update. There are also other editorials that are shown in MarkDev. And with this, our recommendation to the IPSASB is to seek the approval of the revised project brief. And with this, I'll open the floor again for board discussion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, João, for that update, and thank you, members, for those suggestions in terms of finalising the project brief. So what I want to do now is we'll just very quickly walk through page by page, just in terms of the updates that have been made. As João said, those have been shown in markup, reflecting the changes in terms of phasing and so on. And then we will move to a vote in terms of approval of the project brief. So are there any comments then in terms of the changes made on page 1 of the project brief? Page 2 of the project brief? Page 3 of the project brief? Page 4? Andrew.
Thanks. It wasn't a change that was proposed, but it is just something, having seen the drafting, which I know we're getting to now, is 4.6c. We say that the proposals will highlight where additional information not required by IPSAS would have to be collected for GFS purposes. And just having a look at currently how it's being drafted, pretty much what we would say is, you know, there is additional data that needs to be drafted, and we stop there. And I'm not sure necessarily how useful of guidance that actually is going to be, because it seems like for all of the differences where we highlight this, we say, well, there is additional data, but we don't go at what it is. And I'm not sure that we would get to a point where there is an additional data. So I just query the usefulness of having that piece.
Russ, you want to pick that one up?
So I think it is actually useful, because I think you're signaling there where, I have to be careful I say this, but because of the lack of being able to converge the frameworks, there's a significant fundamental difference between one framework and the other. So we've tried to align quite a bit on our side. The SNA and the GFS community are trying to align on their side, but there's still some fundamental areas of disagreement. And I think it's important to highlight that in this case, there isn't an option that would give you useful data from the accounting data, but in many cases there are. So it's more around prompting a conversation between the statistical community and the accounting community more generally and more broadly, which is why I do think there's value in that. Again, we're not going to tell you how to fix that problem from the statistical side. That's the statistical side's issue to deal with. But I don't think it's unhelpful for us to highlight where, after all of our work over the many years, all of the detailed work we've put into tracking where we have aligned options and non-aligned options, that we simply highlight in some cases where there aren't any.
Thanks, Ross. So I think there might be, I mean, listening to the point that I think Andrew is making, and obviously we're trying to sort of balance this, there might be an option, and this kind of goes into the next, whereby we might highlight the 2 or 3 key areas where you need to focus on, not give the detail, but actually that would add some value, you know, in terms of pointing people, because I think the challenge we have always when we reference out to other guidance is that's obviously changing and it's not our guidance and so on. So I think there's a balance to be struck, but maybe actually that might be an instruction actually to then focus on, could we add some pointers as to the areas where you would need to consider because, you know, if you look at, say, for example, there's the World Bank Pulsar document, actually that gives you some very good detailed guidance on you know, what you need to do in the chart of accounts. So maybe we can focus on getting that balance a bit better without transgressing the line. You know, Andrew, you want to come back on that?
I'd actually raised the same point with João as well, but probably more in terms of the draft. It kind of leaves you a bit hanging. It says, well, you haven't got it, but then you kind of step away from the problem. So it may be about how it's presented as much as anything, but it does leave you like you've kind of walked the horse to the water and then kind of left it there, and so it does beg that question. So I think it is worth looking at that.
Okay, so I think if we have that as an instruction, I don't think that affects us in terms of approving the project brief, but I think if we note that, and then, you know, we're going to need to do some further work, and that's where we'll use the task force. And then, you know, I think if that's something the task force can look at and then bring the recommendations back to the board with drafting. Okay, so then we move on to page 5. Page 6. Page 7. And there we obviously have the point about emphasising that's phase 1. And then page 8. Okay, so obviously if there are any final editorials offline, please to João, but I think we're in a position now to actually vote on approval of the project brief. So Ross, to you to take us through that.
Yeah, so votes are a little more challenging this week because when the people online are raising their hands, I can't actually see them. But Dave's going to the back of the room because he can. So this might be a bit of a process, bear with me. But so we're going to do the normal process where we ask for people to raise their hands for yes. If we have 18, yeah, flags in the room, virtual hands online. Give me a second to count, make sure we've got everybody. And I believe it looks like we do have Abdul online. So wasn't sure if he'd be here, and he's raised his hand. So that's good. I can actually see that Abdul has raised his hand. So this might work better than I thought. So those who are in support and vote yes, please raise your flag and leave it up. So I see 15 in the room. Now I see Yoon online. Abdullah already raised his hand, so I'm going to assume it's still up. And Yakuba, are you raising your hand to support the approval of the project brief? I can't tell.
Yes.
Yes, okay. So that gives us 18-4. Project brief's approved. No abstentions, no votes against. Thank you for your patience.
Okay, thank you everyone, and thank you, João, for the updates there to address members' comments from the December board meeting. So then, João, if you want to move us into the second paper.
Yes, thank you. Thank you to the board for this approval, and the staff who will work with you to the finalization and publishing on the IPSASB website. So now we are moving to the second and last agenda item for this session, which is the approach to developing the proposed guidance, agenda item 4.2.2. And in this case, staff has developed an approach based on 2 documents and with different purposes. So as you may have already seen, we have a new revised alignment dashboard, the IPSAS standards GFSM alignment dashboard in agenda item 1.7. So basically what the staff did was to focus the whole guidance in that dashboard to the GFSM as we have it now, the GFSM 2014, but also the research projects that are under discussion within the statistical community to make the revised GFSM. So it is a really important document to communicate how our standards are aligned or not, or close to alignment with the GFS, but also the progress of that research agenda from the statistical community and its impact, of course, in terms of alignment with the IPSAS standards.
Sorry, Joe, just to refer board members, this is actually paper 1.7, which is the updated dashboard that's been provided, and that is a standing item, but as Joao said, that's been refocused for these purposes. Joao, sorry to interrupt.
No problem, and thanks for the clarification. Yeah, so just to echo that this will be now a new standing agenda item and will guide our work throughout the development of this project. And the second document is basically, I call it now a very first draft, incomplete exposure draft. So just to kickstart the discussion, and basically having two main sections: a non-authoritative guidance to IPSAS 22, following the board's direction at the December meeting to start developing what would be that guidance, and another section with a future comparison with the GFS tables to the remaining standards between IPSAS 1 and IPSAS 41, where appropriate, to be also developed. I just wanted to highlight two things that here. The first one is that we are following the same grouping of IPSAS standards that it was done for ED 91, so the limited scope update of IPSAS 33. Of course, not for all standards, but for the standards that upon analysis are mostly related to recognition and measurement. So disclosure standards, presentation standards are not included in that grouping, precisely because of the scope of this project. And the staff developed a very first draft of what that guidance might look like for 5 IPSAS standards. They are quite different, as you can also look. In that guidance, I just wanted to say kind of already some challenges that staff has when started to write the guidance. Some of those challenges were already identified in the project brief, I would say. So the first challenge is the usage of terminology, because we are now talking between two different frameworks that have different terminologies. And of course, staff is primarily focusing using IPSAS terminologies, but many times you also need to bring GFS terminology. And that creates an increased challenge to understand what the guidance intends to provide. And the second challenge that I wanted to share with the board, as some board members have already noted, is that many times our standards are not fully aligned with GFS, and I also felt like some board members expressed that we are left hanging. So it seems that something more should be said, but that is beyond what we have in our standards. So we felt that going to provide guidance on how statisticians should compile statistics based on IPSAS standards would not be very much appropriate. So this was kind of our feeling, but of course we are happy to receive board's feedback. And with this, I'll open the floor, Ian, to receive further feedback on this draft guidance that staff has developed. And of course, we are looking to establish a task force. We are already underway with that process, and hopefully using the task force feedback expertise, we'll be able to bring a more complete and robust guidance for the June meeting. And with this, I'll open the floor to you, Ian. Thank you.
Thank you, João. So I think João's put a lot of work already into the underpinnings for this, and I think it might just be useful to walk through how the dashboard actually works, because that will be the underpinning for this. So if you look at the first page of agenda item 1.7, that is the overview, and it picks up the same sort of approach that we've been using on IFRS in terms of a bar chart overview presentation. But the key thing is A is where there is already an alignment or the option to select an aligned treatment if you want to use the information. At the other end, D is those areas where there is a major conceptual difference that is not potentially resolvable through either a change in IPSAS guidance or one of the projects that's identified on the IMF work programme. And those that were at the event yesterday, Steffi Schuster, who is here as an observer, articulated the process, and that was consistent with the presentation that Steffi also gave us in December. So if you like, A is where there is already a choice available against the GFSM 2014. The other bars are essentially where, and this goes to Andrew's point, at the moment, there isn't an aligned option available, but B and C are where that may change through the either our work or the GFSM update process. So if you then move on to page 3, that gives you the underpinning for those bars in terms of the preliminary assessment, and obviously that's something that needs to be worked through on a standard by standard basis to firm up. If you then go to page 4, that's focusing on the list of potentially relevant projects in the GFSM 2014 update process, and that's obviously something that by firming up on what potentially the relevant changes might be, that will help the input to that process. And then if you move on to the way in which table 3 has been constructed, and that's on page 6 of your papers, and what João has done there is actually to articulate category A, category D, and where the opportunities are in B and C, and that's very much to support that process. So if you like, the task force first objective will be to firm up on that analysis. That's what gives us, will give us the what finally goes into both the additional implementation guidance to IPSAS 22 and the non-authoritative boxes to the standards. But I just thought it was useful so that you saw the very strong underpinnings to this process. And I just thought it was worthwhile before we go into the document, just whether there's any questions on the way in which that's been approached. And of course, that does all, just to assure you, it does build on all the work that's been done over the years. It just sort of brings that together and crystallizes that. So just to check, are there any questions or points anyone wants to raise? And then we'll have a look at the document. David.
Thank you, Ian. No questions or points to raise, but I just wanted to say I thought it was a marvellous piece of work. I think to bring it all together like this. And I think, as you say, I think it's going to be a really, really good starting point for the task force. So thanks to João and everybody else who was involved.
Thanks, David. Okay, so let's then move into 4.3.2, and as Joao said, this is obviously very much just to give you an idea, and I think already had that helpful comment from Andrew there in terms of and supported by Karen in terms of can we do more in terms of where there isn't alignment to indicate where the challenges might be. That's clearly something that needs to be thought about. But then I think really it's open to members in terms of, if you like, style, level, etc. Yeah, Andrew.
Thanks. So I've sent through detailed comments to Joao, but I guess three sort of just overarching comments as to the drafting, and maybe it's the communication, I think, is really the important part that I'm not clear in my mind that it's going to serve the purpose. The first is I do think we need to put in not a disclaimer, but something like a disclaimer at the top, just around my concern is we're putting in places where we're telling entities these are opportunities for you to align your accounting or financial reporting to the GFS side. Now, that may be appropriate in some circumstances, but it might not be appropriate in all circumstances. And if I go back to our conceptual framework, our primary users are not statisticians. It's not the GFS community. So I think we just need to put in a caveat to entities just to say these are opportunities to align, but just bear in mind who the users of these reports are and who they're going to, and you've got to balance those priorities. So it's just a bit of guidance, or maybe it's a thinking piece to just prompt, when people do pick up this guidance, to say, just consider the full picture here and who the users are. The other concerns that I have are potentially around, so one is completeness of the alignment or differences that we bring about. And the other is just the current drafting that we've got. I think in some cases it starts with these are alignment opportunities, but then it says, well, these are differences and almost permanent differences, if I can use that term. And it was quite difficult to read it in this Q&A type format, and where am I? Are there other differences? Are there not other differences? What's happening? I think the tables we've been through, help that. And I almost think that almost needs to be the starting point, as you start with the dashboard and the tables, and then this is additional further guidance on that. And I think we just need to think about how we're going to communicate that to people when they pick up the guidance, to say, well, there is a high-level document you can go to, start there. And then when you're looking into the details of the standards, we've highlighted some of the key areas where you can align, for example, because I'm worried that when we get into the detail, we're not going to highlight everything. And if people start at that level of detail, they miss kind of what are the other things that are not in those FAQs. So I think it's just communication styles about how we put this together and get it out, that it's got the intended effect we're looking for.
Thanks, Andrew. Ross, do you want to come in?
Yeah, thanks, Andrew. Those are helpful comments. I just want to make sure I understand the first part of your comment about the users. So what you're suggesting is in the preamble that we highlight that if you're one of your primary users are the statistical community and you want to select policies that would provide information for them. So more like framing that it's not just, skipping past the user consideration and selecting your policies. Okay, I think that makes sense. Thanks.
Okay, and I think one of the things that we're going to have to think, which I think goes alongside what you just said, is what's the nature of any sort of more detailed guidance that might actually support this? And I think that's probably actually going to be a conversation between ourselves and between Steffi's team, and it may be that actually it's appropriate to sort of pick one or two of the areas, a bit like we've done here, and go, okay, well, what might be that sort of additional staff type of guidance that is appropriate or is not appropriate, so and recognizing, if you like, this is our view from within our standards. Ross.
Yeah, I think we need to explore some terminology like we do sometimes when we're referring to other standards, and we say an other international standard, and we're nondescript in the guidance, and then maybe the BCs add the richness on what those sources are. I think we have to come up with, other supporting statistical guidance or some term like that that goes in the standard that won't change as those change, and then the BCs highlight the other source of guidance, like the things that have been developed for Pulsar and other practical material that we can develop by talking to Steffi and her team, and build a bit of a website or something on our website to support GFS where we can put materials that people can reference. Don't belong to us, but belong to others, and they can reference it. But I'd be a little bit worried in the actual standard putting other people's guidance, because as that changes, it quickly becomes dated. BCs, you can say that at a point in time, but so I think we have to think about that term. I don't have something now, but I think we have to find that term, and then that would be what should refer to as look to other guidance for, how to deal with those differences.
Thanks, Ross. Yeah, I think that, that's why it's important to sort of highlight those questions at this point in time, and allow staff to go away and talk to colleagues at IMF about how best to address that. Okay. Other points? Patricia, you were hovering. Go for it.
Thank you. I think my question is more basic. And when I analyze the paper, I'm so confused about the level of the analysis that he made in some points. For example, when the general principles about a specific IPSAS that it's aligned with the GFS. It's totally aligned. I can understand in this way because there are 3 objectives in project brief. Is to identify where IPSAS is completely aligned with GFSM and identify options that it's possible to align with the FSM, and additional data to be collected. But sometimes I think when I try to meet the first objective, the analysis made in the IPSAS level, not in recognition and measurement level. And when when we treat about the options, you treat in the level of requirements. For me, it's not so. For me, it's confusing because if I have a recognition and recognition criteria, and recognition, I need to analyze the first step is recognition the same thing, because if I have different definition, I can have different things to be recognized. And then I think the point that you made about the definitions or the terminology, I think it's very important to consider when we analyze the recognition. But if I have the same definition, the same criteria to recognize, the same criteria to measure, I don't need to analyze the options. But I'm not sure how. For me, it may confusion the method to make how. I think it's important to provide information for the jurisdiction, how the analysis was made, and specifically what are the differences, and in terms of the definition, recognition, and the measurement, and in each space there are options to align, and in some cases not possible to align. Thank you.
So I think the point you make is right, Patricia, that we need to be clear about what we mean by aligned. And the reason why you can have an aligned option is where we have a choice in the standard. And one of those choices would give you aligned data and one of them wouldn't. And the obvious one is actually whether you capitalize interest or not. So we have two, two options within our standard, and one, writing the interest off, would be aligned with GFS requirements. Capitalisation would not be, and so that is an example. But I think what we've got to do, and this is where it does take us further than we have been before in this area, because when we looked at it most recently, we were talking about GFS generically rather than the GFSM 2014. So it has moved us on to, rather than trying to balance, and we had in mind, for example, ESA, SNA, there was a generic usage of the term GFS. Here we're talking about GFSM 2014. So there is a more specific set of guidance. And therefore, I think that goes back to some of the comments that Andrew made about being more precise about the language that we use. But again, within those constraints in terms of what we can have in our standard at a point in time and so on. So there's some further thinking that needs to be done on that to be clear and precise on the language that we use. Jonah.
Yeah, just looking at IPSAS 32 in total, I don't know whether we can actually reconsider removing elective. Hello? Can you hear me? Okay. Whether we can consider removing the elective part of IPSAS 32, making it more mandatory, because of course many preparers, once we agree that the statistic community is part of our primary users, then for us to be able to ensure that those disclosures appears in our consolidated financial statements, then my thinking is that we consider removing the elective part. Most times preparers consider it extra work coming up with these disclosures, and so completely it's left out. So I don't know whether at this point it is appropriate for that to happen. Thank you.
I mean, I think this is where we need to venture down the path and then see what we find. And it does depend on how granular we actually end up, because I think, when you look at, say, for example, the Pulsar document, that does actually give you sort of mappings and, so it's about, some of this is about disclosure in the financial statements. Some of it is actually about how you design your chart of accounts and the options you select and so on. So there's a number of different factors that we need to see how that can, to what extent we provide the detail in our literature, to what extent there's maybe some joint staff guidance or something like that. So I think probably we're going to need to see how it sort of evolves within the constraints on both in terms of what's in GFSM and what's also in IPSAS 22. So it's going to be the art of the possible on that. Abdullah, I thought I saw you raise your hand at some stage. I don't know whether you want to come in.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. Just a couple of thoughts, and along with the comments that came from members, which I agree with most of them, but just looking at it from a different angle, which is we want to have this alignment because it would promote the adoption of IPSAS standards from more jurisdictions, and that would be the aim for us to increase the adoption of IPSAS standards. And one of the elements that plays a vital role in the adoption and the application of IPSAS implementation jurisdictions would be the cost element. And that is why we would be keen to have an alignment with GFSM, because we want to make sure that we get jurisdictions having the will to adopt IPSAS at a cost, at a reasonable cost. That is from one angle. The second, when I'm looking at it, do we want to start on this? But this is a thought. Do we want to start on the exercise by highlighting the conceptual differences between the two, between the accounting standards and GFSM or the statistical standards? That would be probably one way of looking at it, because we want to have this as a starting point, and later on to have these options or these opportunities where we can have the alignment exercises, and we make sure that whatever we do from effort and time spent, that we are doing it in the right directions. So those are the comments that I'm having. Thank you.
Thanks, Abdullah. So I think, you know, there probably is a challenge actually in terms of what you've identified there on actually being clear about the reasons and the drivers behind it. And I think that would be helpful. It's sort of there in various bits of literature, but probably buried at the moment. And, you know, that may well be then come down to actually how does this get positioned alongside where the text sits in GFSM and so on. So I think we need to think about that. And I know, you know, very unofficially, but I know Steffi and I have sort of talked about the fact that actually there's a commonality of interest here, both from increasing compliance with GFSM requirements and also with usage of IPSAS information and you know, improving quality. But you, as you rightly referred to the cost element there, Abdullah, as well. So there's a lot of different things in here, and the more we could actually be clear on, if you like, a kind of some ideally combined messaging in terms of what we're trying to do here, as well as perhaps a high level description. And there is, you know, there is information already. One of the steps forward in the last update when the GFSM was 2014 was produced is there is actually specifically an annex to that which actually talks about overall similarities and differences, and that's going to need to be updated. But it's also, you know, there's a sort of on one page summary in there. So I think we need to think about that, you know, to get that messaging over in terms of what we're doing. And probably we would need to have a first go at that when we go out for consultation on the draft guidance, so that our constituents are actually clear what we're trying to do and what the, you know, what the limitations are as well. So I think that communication point is very well made. But I think if we can get that right, we can get the balance right, then there's a lot of wins for both us and the GFSM community as well. Okay. So I think that's been a very good initial discussion, and as Joao indicates, we will form a small task force to take forward the next stage of the work, which is really firming up on the attributions in the dashboard and moving the drafting forward, I think. So the intention is, you know, then there will be a report back to the board, and I think we can think about some of the other points as well doing that have come out from the discussions. So thank you very much everyone that's contributed, both in today's discussion and also offline. Very good points. With that, I think we break for lunch. So we have an hour's lunch break here in DC. It's currently just gone 12:30. We're due back at 1:30 when we will move into the item then on making materiality judgments. So enjoy the lunch break. Thank you, everyone. And thank you, Joao, for joining. Okay, everyone, so welcome back from lunch. So now we move into item 5 on the agenda, making materiality judgments. And Agostina, over to you to introduce the item.
Thank you, Ian.
So we'll be discussing making materiality judgments. In December, the IPSASB discussed the scope, key issues, and output of this project, and it made some key decisions. What I would like to discuss right now is there is 4 agenda item papers on agenda item 5, discussing the approval of the project brief, considering the decisions made in December and instructions received by staff. Then we'll be discussing the definition of material, which is split into 2 papers. One is adding the word primary, and the other one is the consistency of the definition, the concept of materiality across the IPSASB literature. And then we're proposing the approval of an exposure draft. And then we would like to do an education session on practice statement 2, considering that after today, we'll start the process of phase 2 of this making materiality judgments project. So with that, I want to discuss the project brief of making materiality judgments. I would like to thank all the IPSASB members who have provided me with editorial comments on the project brief, which I have action and sent you the revisions for your review. Specifically on the December meeting, one of the key decisions by the IPSASB was that this project should look at both making materiality judgments for IPSAS and also for IPSASB SRSs. And with that, the IPSASB decided that this project should be undertaken in a phase approach. First, looking at the definition of materiality across the IPSASB literature, then looking at phase 2, which will be the development of non-authoritative guidance aligned with practice statement 2 being a narrow scope. And then it will be to develop guidance on making materiality judgments when preparing sustainability reports, acknowledging that the IPSASB is yet working on reading those many reviews that I believe that are up to hit 100. And at that point, they would decide what would be specifically the output. So IPSAS staff has addressed your instructions and decisions, and we will be doing a section by section review of the document to see if you have any additional comments. But staff at this moment is recommending to approve the project brief of making materiality judgments, which was included as supporting document agenda item 5.3.1. And with that, I will pass it to you, Chair. Thank you.
Thanks, Agustina. So as advised, then what we'll do is we'll just walk through this literally sort of page by page and just get any final comments. Obviously, any editorials that you haven't already passed through to Agustina, please do pass those through, and we'll deal with those offline. So then can we have any comments on page 1 of the project brief? Page 2 of the project brief? Page 3? Page 4? Angela.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to ask a clarification, and possibly I'm looking at Andrew, because I remember at the last meeting, I think it was raised that perhaps we may need to think about measurement materiality, and I'm looking at the achieving the project objectives, where it talks about aligning practice statement 2. Oh, sorry, am I 5.3.1?
Yeah, you're good.
Okay, paragraph 4.5b. Apologies. It just reminded me that practice statement 2 is primarily presentation and display, I believe. And it was a question in my mind from a previous member saying, do we need to think about measurement materiality in the public sector? And I just wanted to ask whether that was considered within the objectives of the project or where we landed on that.
And just for clarity, I believe my recollection, and Andrew, you could jump in. I think what staff took away from Andrew's point, I believe, was that when we look at practice statement 2, it's heavily on examples about disclosure and presentation, but doesn't necessarily may have a lot of recognition and measurement examples, and whether maintaining the timeliness of developing this guidance, if those examples could be added. So staff did put that as an instruction, and we have that as a key issue in page, sorry, I'm just going to go down, but I did kind of reflect it as a key issue that we will look when we start phase 2 on developing those examples. Sorry, I'm just looking for the page, but I do know I reflected that, which is key issue what?
Okay, so I think you're fine on
Okay.
that. We're fine. I saw nods on that, so that's good. So then we move on to page 5. Page 6. Page 7. Yeah, Claudia.
As we had the opportunity to discuss a lot with our colleagues from GFS, so we would like to enhance the actual reference in 6.7 to GFS. So as Steffi and my colleague told me that in GFSM doesn't use materiality, but have concept similar, indirect, which are addressed in their manual. Therefore, this project should generally take into account the relationship to the project and especially the key issues around different terminology with respect to materiality, that we make clear that we have different concepts, like in this explanation, what are the differences between GFS or if we don't have GFS. But how it's framed now in the project brief, it says they have no guidance, which is obviously not true.
Dave?
Claudia, you just made the clarification I wanted to make, but we were able to catch up at the break. I think you make a really good point. Right now, we've written the project brief saying there is no materiality definition or concept in GFS, and I was able to catch up with some of our GFS experts at the break, and I think that's a good clarification to make. And I think, to your point, we have another project going on, and it's good to take advantage of opportunities, especially in the other project, to align where we can. So I think it's a good change to make, and we can update that in the project brief.
Okay, so if everyone's okay, then we'll make that change offline in terms of paragraph 6.7 to make that clarification. Okay, and then we have page 8. Page 9. Oh, sorry, Karen.
Thank you, Chair. Just a question around the timing of the exposure draft. My take from what I've read is that the first stage exposure draft will be quite small. And so there's a question in my mind in terms of taking up the time of people who are responding to these, whether it might be better to do it as do one exposure draft for phases 1 and 2 together. I mean, they can be developed separately, but whether actually in terms of getting responses, whether it's better to do one exposure draft that covers both phase 1 and 2. So that's just a question.
Agustina?
So thank you for that, Karen. So I have received other comments of adjusting the timeline to reflect that ahead of issuing phase 2, we have definition of material that is consistent across, so we have kind of that foundation established. That was the thought from staff as to create 2 exposure drafts, or saying right now we don't have that consistency across the literature, but we will first issue a first exposure draft to achieve that consistency as we develop the phase 2 exposure draft. So I think it's up to the IPSASB. I don't see issues necessarily. It's just if we being aware of the fact that if we issue everything as one, that definition of materiality, we will use what we're discussing today on the next 2 agenda papers to develop that guidance. And then we'll have to address potential comments from constituents. But we were trying to avoid that by having an exposure draft first that achieves that, and then developing the guidance consistently. But I think we could do either. I don't know if Dave, you want to jump in on that.
I'll just add, it's interesting, Karen, I hadn't thought about it from your perspective about constituents' time in responding to exposure drafts. The way I had thought about it was a very linear way, in that it would be helpful for constituents to have a consistent guidance and definition of materiality throughout our literature in order to respond to phase 2, where if they got that all together, I thought it might be more confusing. But I guess similar to Augustina, we could combine them together if the board thinks that's a better way to help constituents. But I'll just echo that I thought it would be easier for constituents to see them in 2 separate documents.
Andrew.
Thanks. So similar concerns to what Karen has raised in terms of going out with phase 1 being relatively small. Another reason is I was chatting to Patricia over lunch around materiality, for example, and primary users, even if we define it from a public sector's perspective, it's still very large, much larger than what it is in the private sector. And so by going out with the phase 2 guidance that helps entities actually think about how would I apply this materiality definition, may help them in actually seeing why we've changed from users to primary users, and then how that flows through the suite of literature. So I think it could be complementary to a user's or a constituent's understanding of the proposals and why we're making them if we were to combine the 2.
Ross.
So interesting discussion overall. I think from the staff perspective, the need to just clean it up and get the materiality all squared away before moving to phase 2 and the making materiality judgments is probably the reason why we err on taking it forward. It's not a big ask to review the short exposure draft. It's basically housekeeping to clean up between conceptual framework, bringing in primary, and getting things straight. I think that would make it easier to actually respond to making materiality judgments, because we're going to have some very odd discussions when we go through that if we don't have primary included and the board hasn't made a decision. And in terms of communicating, we can simply communicate that this is the first phase of an ongoing project, and we're trying to keep things moving by cleaning up the definition first and the literature, then bringing the practical guidance that follows logically. And I think the other benefit is if we do it now and we clean it up this year, then it'll be clean and clear in the next handbook and consistent. If we don't get that done by January, it's not going to make it in the handbook till 2027.
So I think it's as much a practical issue as anything else. And I think, you know, to Ross's point, if you've actually got a firm platform to build on, it will really help us with phase 2. If you have too many moving parts, people actually, although there's an argument that it can help you, I think there's also an argument that it can actually hinder you. And, you know, remember, we've also got another moving part, which is actually the debate that undoubtedly is going to come back over what definition of materiality you're using in terms of sustainability. So actually, the more we actually just clarify, because this is what's in the conceptual framework. Now, that may mean that we need more examples to the point about, you know, user groups and so on. But at least if we're clear about what we're actually doing in the first place, I think that's going to help us. So, Dave?
Just one last point on why we decided to break it up, and that it's not just sustainability, it's the presentation of financial statements project as well. The faster we can lock down users and primary users and make it consistent across our literature, it means it's an issue that we can move forward with in presentation of financial statements as well.
So, I mean, I'll take your comment, Patricia, but I think we're in danger of building this into something that it actually isn't by... So, Patricia?
We'll discuss in the next paper.
Okay, all right. Okay. So I think if everybody's okay, you know, if we can take it in the way that we've actually phased it in December, acknowledging that there is a communication point here, and there may well be something that we need to add into the basis of conclusions or something like that, just to articulate that. But that's probably the easiest way to deal with it from a project management point of view. Okay. So I think with that, we're through. Mike.
So, can you hear me? So, thank you, Chair. And just a comment on page 10, if it's okay. Okay. It's just on the last para 9.4. I think in terms of phase 3, we are a little bit, in fact, we are a little bit farther than it seems to be here in the document, because I just want to recall SMC 7 of the sustainability related draft, because there we are asking explicitly for general requirements and materiality. So my suggestion would be to add one sentence to 9.4 that might be another source information what respondents responded on the materiality issue in terms of sustainability reporting. Thank you.
Okay. Any further points? Okay, so then I think we move into approval.
So try this again for those online. I see Yoon, Yakuba, and I think Abdullah is still with us as well. And Abdullah's already raised his hand. I can see that. So for those who vote for, and Yoon's raised her hand, and for those voting for, please put your flags up. And if you're online, yep. So I have 16 in the room. Did I count? Sorry, it's hard to count. Sorry, 15 in the room. And Yoon and Yakuba have their hands up, and I saw that Abdullah put his virtual hand up. So that's 18-4. Project briefs approved.
Okay, thanks everyone. That's good. So then Agustina, move us into the next item.
Okay, thank you for that. So the next agenda item is agenda item 5.2.2, the definition of material. Specifically here, the recommendation is to add the word primary ahead of users in the description of material in the conceptual framework. This is based both from looking at the conceptual framework, the scope of financial reporting, being the information needs of primary users. So it's supported by that, but also taking into consideration that the ISB added this word primary to the description of material, specifically because there was interpretation challenges by entities that thought that users meant a broader number of users, and therefore would interpret it too broad, which was costly in that manner. So the recommendation is to add the word primary to a specific paragraph 3.32 in the conceptual framework to ensure that it's interpreted correctly, that the focus is on the information needs of primary users as opposed to all potential users of the financial statements. And with that, I will pass it to the board, to the chair. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Agustina. And probably also there is one point which is a bit of sort of mea culpa, which is actually that obviously we did update the discussion of materiality in the conceptual framework update, and the word primary was omitted there. There was no specific discussion of that, which actually there should have been. And I think that's just a collective omission when we, inquired back. But anyway, so I thought it's just worthwhile making that observation that, Claudia.
I'm not sure if you should really add it in the conceptual framework. The reason is in the conceptual framework, we already have something saying the scope of financial reporting is the information needs of primary users. We have several times linkage between primary users to financial reporting. Our conceptual framework belongs not only to financial reporting, to general financial report. So I would leave it open in the conceptual framework. It doesn't change what we have the proposal later on, that we use it in the IPSAS suite with the primary user focus to make it clear. But in the conceptual framework, it's for me already clear. And I think we reduce the opportunities for the general perspective for all of the other reports.
Thanks, Claudia. Karen?
Thank you. I don't have any problem with the word primary being added into it. It gives kind of consistency with the way it's framed in the IFRS conceptual framework. I think the challenge is how we explain it and why we're putting it in, and it goes back to the comments made before that primary users for the public sector is pretty broad. So what do we expect to be the difference between users and primary users practically? And I think that is the question that needs to be answered, particularly if we're putting an exposure draft out to put this word in, as to why it's necessary and actually what difference does it make. So I think that needs to be communicated, and I think that's an important point.
Thanks, Karen. Murray?
Yes, I'm the same thought with Karen, and so maybe the primary users it is used in 3.332. However, there is so many contradictions inconsistency in the conceptual framework 2.3 to 2.4 to 2.5, and so that in 2.5 citizens are primary users with GPFRs, and so maybe who is the primary users, it should be clearly identified, and so consistent description should be necessary, and so we have to review the conceptual frameworks, the use of the users and the primary users. I think. Thank you.
Thanks, Murray. So I'll take comments then. I'll just go take comments and then come back to you, Agustina. So Angela, then I'll just go around. Angela, then Evie, Adrian, then Renee, then Patricia.
Thank you, Chair. Similar to Karen, I looked at the basis for the proposed basis for making the change. I also are comfortable with primary being added to the definition of materiality for consistency. I noticed, I think it's chapter 2 that has quite a comprehensive discussion on users and primary and the links. But it is helpful, I think, when you're in chapter 3, that you don't need to look back. So I'm very comfortable with it being there. I think I'd like to see in the basis, most of the basis comments are around alignment. Seems like a good idea, which is good. But I actually think it's more about consistency with our chapter 2. It's consistency with our own conceptual framework and our own thinking. But that leads to the communication issue, and I think it might need to be more than basis, but there is, in a practical sense, and it came through in our stakeholder event yesterday, is that the very broad users, taxpayers and citizens effectively, are quite different from the very narrow IASBs, lenders, creditors and investors. Is very narrow in practice. And so I think I share the concerns of the two members who raised the combination point, but I accept where the board landed. But the presentation or the communication of this issue is going to be so critical even at this early stage. But I also just want to log, I think we've got a reasonable amount of work to do to explain this in our practice statement. So I don't think it's as simple when we get to phase 2 of an alignment project. I think there's quite a lot of work to be done, because I would suggest that it's not actually well articulated in the conceptual framework itself. We have symbolic, I call them symbolic taxpayers and service recipients. It's really their intermediaries or their representatives that will pick up our reports, not the individual taxpayers. So I think we've got quite a lot to explain, which looks at surface, we're just aligning, but it's really to log it for phase 2, I think. But the communication at phase 1 to keep, I guess, that expectation of a constituent receiving this and going, oh, they've added primary, great. How does that move me forward? I know that primary users are this broad group. What's coming next? So it's the what's coming next, I think, is critical.
Okay, thanks, Angela. I mean, I think that's coming through as a theme that we're going to need to not only think about that basis for conclusion, and clearly that does link back into some of the discussion that's already there in chapter 2 of the conceptual framework. But you know, then there's also the general communication point, which, as you say, does link to the phasing and so on. So I think we need to make sure we get that right. So over Adrian, then Renee, then Patricia.
It works, yeah. Thank you, Chair. I have 2 issues on the wording primary. I would agree with primary, including primary users in the materiality definition, provided that we agree that this population of primary users is as broad and heterogeneous as the population of users in general, as Angela noticed. For instance, in some agencies, public agencies, you have in the board of directors, you have representatives, you have sort of union representatives, maybe are the primary union, the union primary users or not? Who is the primary user? The board of directors, the staff, the service recipients, etc. There is a large number of categories of primary users, I would say. So, okay, if we give some explanation on what would be the primary users in the public sector, okay? Second, we also
Can I just clarify on that? Because we do already have an extensive discussion on that in chapter 2 of the framework, and we're not going back to reopen chapter 2 of the framework. So I think, you know, yes, there are some issues about, you know, there's a lot of discussion there, but I think the decision that we have to make is on the basis of the discussion, the existing discussion in chapter 2 of the framework. Just to be clear on the terms of engagement on this one, you know.
Yes, but the point is, if we introduce primary users, we need to explain why we introduce primary users, give some explanation, the basis for the conclusion that we would reach, okay? So this is my point. And I say, okay, I would agree with primary users, provided that we are aware of the heterogeneity of this population. Second, this will also feed the work we have to conduct on phase 3. So we need to be very cautious on what we decide now as a general definition on materiality, because it will be encapsulated in the final positions on materiality with regards to phase 3.
Thanks, Adrian. Dave, you come in when we. Okay, so I'll take Renee and then Patricia.
Thank you, Chair. In addition to the proposal, so I agree with the proposal. I think it's more of a cleanup at this point. It's more terminology. The concept's already explained, and then phase 2 will help us elaborate what we mean by that concept. So I'm all good with that. There is in the framework, in the IFRS framework, a footnote that was added to paragraph 1.5 that clarified that the word primary users and users throughout the framework are used interchangeably. So unless you want to do a full sweep of changing everywhere there is the word users reference to, it would be a lot easier and cleaner to just add, do like the IASB did and just add that footnote as an additional editorial change.
Do you want to just come back specifically on that point?
Yes, I think from a staff perspective, we're happy to do that. And there's a consistency of having that even when we refer to what primary users are, you describe them as the service recipients and their representatives, and the service, the resource providers and the representative, but we kind of explained that we will use just a shorter version. So I think it will make sense to add the footnote. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Patricia, and then you, Kuba.
Okay, thank you. I want to repeat the arguments about the primary use, because the primary uses, there are some categories of primary uses. I think it's not so helpful to deal with the issues related to materiality, but it's not my question. My question here is, I'm not sure it's time to change the conceptual framework, because the phase 2 is about the financial statement. I think you need to, maybe the better decision is to change only the materiality, include the primary users in the definition of materiality in the IPSAS, specific IPSAS, and then work with the make materiality judgment to understand more if I need to, in fact, to change the materiality definition and the conceptual framework. Because in this moment, I need the materiality definition for financial statement and not for reporting as a role. And in the stage 3, you discuss the sustainability reporting. Sustainability report is in the scope of general financial reporting. And then my view is not to change the conceptual framework in this time, but only change the IPSAS when it needs to change. Thank you.
So I think the board was quite deliberate, though, that actually what we're talking about is essentially general purpose financial reports. And I understand what you're saying, but I think the idea was that we dealt with it in terms of financial reporting in phases 1 and 2. And then we thought about phase 3 later. And partly that was in the context of observing that what the IPSASB has done is not to issue authoritative guidance. They've, so in a sense, they've not yet made that step. But actually what we're doing here in phases, phase 1 and then phase 2 is think about it from a financial reporting point of view. So, I think that was why the board wanted us to go that route.
Just to add to that, another reason that staff was suggesting to update the conceptual framework is that when you have different definitions or descriptions of a concept, then it can lead to confusion if we meant something else at the conceptual framework as opposed to the IPSAS. Also, an additional thought that comes into mind is for phase 3, which is sustainability reporting, the primary users are no different to the primary users of IPSAS, as my understanding is. They're based on the conceptual framework. And right now on sustainability, the definition or description of materiality includes that word as well. So it will bring consistency across the literature. But I think I will leave it to the board to decide how to move forward. But those are the additional points I would add. Thank you.
Thanks. I think we just need to take sustainability reporting completely out of this at the moment, because we are going to need to come back on, what the board said originally, or what the board decided originally in the light of stakeholder feedback. And I think that's why we have a phase 3, as distinct from phases 1 and 2. So, but I think, yeah, I'll go to you, Kuba, next. Yakuba?
Thank you, Chair. Yeah. I will be happy to work primarily in the conceptual framework. But I think also the term is so important when defining material is that we should also give some explanation on that primary users in the conceptual framework, because I'm looking at part 2 of the proposed amendment, the definition of material. If you look at paragraph 13A, we have a tentative definition of what is primary users. To me, we need to remove at in the definition in part 2, but we need to provide it in the conceptual framework, because the term is so important when you are defining materiality, that we should bring it in the conceptual note at the top, so that we have consistency between all the literature when doing the standard setting at that point. So to summarize, I'm happy with primary users, but I think also we need to provide more explanation in the conceptual framework, not in the definition of material.
Okay, so I think that's been useful just to sort of air the variety of views around the board in terms of the tactics that we take here. I think there's no doubt about the fact that whatever we decide to do then needs communication, and so a number of board members have made the point about the fact that we will need to add a clear explanation in basis for conclusion. And Angela, for example, I think, highlighted the, if you like, more on the public sector context rather than just alignment being a driver. And so I think at this stage, actually, it would just be helpful to know where the board's views on this actually sit, in terms of moving this forward. So I think I'd just like to ask for a show of hands in terms of, we clearly have, one camp that says, no, don't do it, don't add primary, and another camp that says, yes, but very clear explanation, and there may be others, but I'd just like to get a sense of where the board as a whole is on this at this point in time. Perhaps just to get literally just a show of hands, and a show of hands will be fine rather than the flags. Those that would support including primary in the definition, in the conceptual framework, along with some clear explanation and communication. So if I can have just a show of hands who would be in favour of that approach.
So I've got 11 in the room and 2 online for 13, and I didn't see what Abdullah, did you put your hand up?
Yes, I did.
Okay, so that was 14 then.
Okay, and then those against? Okay. So I think we have 14 for, 4 against, and so therefore in terms of process, I think we needed 12. So I think that's a majority in favour of moving forward. But we do clearly need then to explain why we're doing it, and I think that would also be of concern, therefore, to those members that have voted against. I think probably for the reasons that they've actually sort of articulated. So I think what my suggestion would be is that actually we do need to think about basis for conclusions. So probably actually there's a need for Agustina to work with a small group of members just to make sure we've articulated that. and probably we need a couple of members who voted for, a couple of members who voted against to make sure we've consolidated the thinking in moving forward. Okay.
So the next agenda paper looks to bring consistency across the literature. So this is about reflecting on IPSAS 1 and across the IPSAS what we have on the conceptual framework. So one of them will be the decision just now to add the word primary in the conceptual framework and bring that into IPSAS 1, as well as 2 updates that were done during the update to the conceptual framework, where we brought softening the materiality threshold from could influence to could reasonably be expected to influence. And then the fact that it's not only about misstating or omitting information, but also information can be obscure. So bringing this concept into IPSAS 1. The specific recommendation is to amend the guidance in materiality, keeping the definition of materiality in IPSAS 1, removing the description that we have in IPSAS 3 as to not duplicate information, and then have consequential amendments to other IPSAS because of those revisions. I would like to thank some members who have noted other changes from a consequential amendments perspective that I will be reflecting on the ED that were raised to me. And with that, I will pass it to the chair. Thank you.
Okay, so I think it's useful to take, obviously subject to those consequentials, just to get a feeling of whether members support the proposed approach from staff. And yeah, we'll see where we go from there. Okay, Mike, lead us off.
So thank you so much. I don't know whether you just introduced that you have got something in your mind, expanding that also to other standards. I was wondering in detail on two standards. The first one was on IPSAS 43, because there in the BCs there's mentioned materiality in the context of users. So did we amend that as well, even taking into account it's not in the core text, but it's in the BC? So that's the first more question. And the second one, that is on the cache-based IPSAS. You can argue it's something exotic, let's say, but nevertheless, there in the core text, there is materiality mentioned, the definition. And keep in mind, in 2017, there was a revision of that cache-based IPSAS due to, let's say, align that standard to the conceptual framework. And so my recommendation would be to align that as well. Thank you.
Agustina, go, and then go first, and then.
I think Ross wants to.
Okay.
Yes, so I appreciate that because I was looking at Ross for the cache piece. For IPSAS 43, I do want to talk to Zhao whether that BC was more all users or primary, but it was something on my list to discuss with him that I'll be discussing. Thank you, Mike.
So I wouldn't support updating the cache-based IPSAS because if you're using those standards, there's a lot of material information you're not providing users. So I don't think we should play around with materiality and make it seem like they're delivering more value than what's in the standard. So I would not touch it.
Okay, I think it's useful to have had that debate anyway. So obviously we need to take the IPSAS 43 point away.
Oh, I'm just checking. Sorry, I'm just checking. And there's a BC that discuss users, but I want to clarify with implementation guidance to ensure that is carried through, as opposed to removing that guidance which users are currently using. I would think is beneficial to have it, and that's why we're now kind of going to develop non-authoritative guidance to further elaborate how to apply that concept across. Thank you.
Just coming back on that, I think it's something that I think that should be logged to think about what is the principle here, because if materiality is a pervasive concept, then it shouldn't need to be said again because it's already there. I think the alternative is then it has to be in every standard. So I think it's just working out from a principle point of view, are you in one camp or the other on this? And it may be that this gets addressed as standards get updated rather than all in one go now. But I think it's important that we establish the principle about, is materiality pervasive and therefore you don't need to mention it again? Or do you need to mention it in every standard because materiality will apply to them all? So that was my point.
Agostina, you want to come back on that? I mean, I think it's a good point, and I suspect the answer is it varies, but Dave?
I guess, Karen, I agree with what you're saying. We weren't looking to establish a principle, but I think that's how we would apply it going forward. We would look at it on a prospective basis on these standards going forward when we do amendments to those standards, whether to remove it. I think it should be in IPSAS 1, potentially in IPSAS 3, because that's a broad standard or an overarching standard as well. But I agree with the way you said it, but we weren't looking to establish a principle, but it's something we could take away and decide whether we wanted to do.
So I guess just in terms of then rounding that off, I think, so if you like, we do need to have that principle going forwards. And I guess then the question comes back to, if we're amending the references to materiality in the authoritative guidance through this, so that's core text and application guidance, does that change the staff recommendation in terms of what needs to be changed?
If I can jump in, I think one consideration when I'm thinking on the potential of what you're saying is a pervasive concept and either you have it or you don't have it. I think one consideration for the IPSASB will be that currently where we are recommending to amend, because the concept is being utilized in particular standards, but not across all of them necessarily, it is an alignment with ISB where we are aligned, which I think constituents find it helpful. So then for us to now suddenly remove it or move it to the application guidance, I don't know if it will expand the scope of this project necessarily. So that will be my kind of two thoughts. Thank you.
I guess I just look at this slide and it's in 4 pronouncements. I think it probably, again, I wouldn't use the word principle or something that we've established, but I don't think we do use it as a practice in our IPSAS since IPSAS 19. I think to Augustina's point, right now those standards that we're looking to change are aligned with IFRS, and I wouldn't want to create a difference because I don't think there's a public sector reason to create a difference. But I tend to agree with your view or your point that we don't use materiality in standards.
Ross, and then I'll go to Renee.
I would agree with Dave, and just to add on to that, in some cases, it's giving information about how to make a judgment about that particular standard. So how to decide from a materiality perspective whether you've got a change in an estimate or error and adjust for that. How to decide if you've got a reportable event after the reporting date. So it's not adding to materiality, it's applying materiality to the transaction. So I would be really worried about making a principled decision and then just taking things out. I think that would be quite a risk at this point, especially on these aligned standards. So again, as Dave summed up before, prospectively going forward, we'll consider that, but I would not be comfortable with taking any of these out based on that discussion.
So I think where we get to is then actually, I think you summarised really what would need to be in the basis for conclusions to this in terms of what we're actually doing with the changes here. So I think that's helpful to, because if we're now clear about what we're trying to do, and when we see the, that drafted in the basis for conclusions, then that will help everybody, I think. Renee.
Thank you. In fact, the rationale you just provided, Russ, for that particular question is kind of helping support the next point I'm going to make. So my point is on IPSAS 3. And in IPSAS 3, we delete the paragraph that describes materiality, which is okay because we don't want to have different descriptions, right? We want to create consistency. However, there was a reason why we wanted to address materiality or material there. So what the IASB has done is that they inserted in there just a definition of material, and they referenced back to the IAS1 definition, right? Just a cross-reference, and it's really to reinforce that we're talking about materiality here, but it is that definition in IAS1. So this is picking up another editorial change that the IASB did consequential to this.
Yes, we do tend to make those cross-referencings for key concepts and descriptions, and I can make that addition on the ED. Thank you.
Okay, thanks for that. Any other points then in terms of the approach that staff are proposing? Okay, so I think, in terms of just moving forward, I mean, clearly there's a number of points in terms of communication that are going to need to be, we're going to need to see, and they're all around communication. So my suggestion would be that actually you work with and let's just have a small group of members to work with you on this. But I think it would be helpful just to, for the board to see those, those amended basis for conclusions back, in terms of actually voting. And I think we've got time for that this week, actually, if we can get that group together and then to circulate, let's say, if it's possible to circulate on Thursday, and that will give members a chance to look at it, and then we can come back and review on Friday morning, I think. That would certainly be helpful, because clearly the communication point, it's been important in terms of our discussion, and it will be important in terms of stakeholders. Christine?
Yes, so I understand where the vote will be done later this week, not at this time, but I think I would like to take this opportunity to see whether, beside editorials that I can take offline, and I already have taken some, if we would like to do the page flip or get additional comments. So when I circulate the draft on Thursday, you have all of the changes for your consideration. So if it's okay to do that and potentially discuss the exposed period, I think that will be helpful.
Yeah, I mean, I was going to move us into the page flip, but I just thought it was useful to flag that in terms of process at this stage. So, I thought it was useful to have that generality in terms of the approach before we go into the page flip, and then also we'll have that discussion as well in terms of the exposure period.
So with that, if it's okay, on the agenda item 5.2.4, the proposal is to have a standalone ED. I know we had discussions about combining it, but I think we're moving forward with a standalone. The approach on the BCs was to use what we use for improvements, but I understand that I will be making changes for that, and we'll be working through that when you get the revisions in Thursday. But what I would like to discuss is the exposure period, and particularly the suggestion from staff, which is consistent with how long the IPSASB expose improvements, is to have a 60-day period as opposed to the normal 120-day periods. That suggestion is being made so we can get the responses on aligning the definition of material ahead of the approval of phase 2. As to have that foundation, and that's why staff is recommending 60 days as opposed to 120.
Dave?
I would just come in with two other reasons I think 60 days is appropriate. One, the changes that are being proposed are in line with improvements, especially the second set that Augustina talked about. The reason they weren't proposed as part of the conceptual framework update is we don't propose consequentials as part of a conceptual framework document. So these really are just amendments as a result of the conceptual framework. And the first set of changes that Augustina has proposed, I think, and Ian, you said this, but Angela, you articulated it really well. It's a consistency within the conceptual framework. So I do think they are just updates. And then the second point is, and I highlighted this earlier, but by making sure that constituents agree with the definition of materiality, it gives us a way forward for presentation of financial statements as well. So if we make changes to IPSAS 1, those will flow through into our current presentation of financial statements project. So it's not an issue for the board to deal with in that project.
Thanks, Dave. So does anybody disagree with a 60-day exposure period for this that staff proposed for the reasons? Okay, so I think we're fine with the reasoning on that. I think it still would be useful though to do a page flip at this stage to make sure we picked up all the points so that you can then give us back that complete package. Okay, Ross or Dave, do you want to do just lead us through the page flip?
So page 1 is the title of the document or the cover page. Page 2 is the legal terminology. Page 3 is the request for comment. Page 4 is the guide for respondents.
Yakuba?
Yes, on page 3. We are on page 3.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yes, the paragraph saying the IPSASB's finance reporting literature. I do think it should be this literature to be consistent with paragraph 1, summary proposed change in ED 93.
Sorry, Yakuba, I missed that. Do you mind just repeating the point then? So you're right at the top of page 3, are you?
Yes, on page 3, the paragraph saying the IPSASB's making material judgment project. The sentence is saying this, this IPSAS ED reflect phase 1 of materiality, making materiality, etc., etc., etc. And it is ending with the IPSASB's financial reporting literature. So I'm saying that to be consistent with what is said in paragraph 1, summary of proposed changes in ED 1493, we should delete financial reporting literature. It should be IPSASB literature, not financial reporting.
Yes.
Okay. I think that makes sense. Yeah, okay. Right. Angela, where are you? Okay.
Thank you, Chair. It just the intervention was excellent because it. I was talking before about not only be clear in the basis, but the communication about the project and how it sits within another phase, and that we're coming back on the primary users. I think. Before the objective of the ED, IPSAS making materiality judgments projects would be a very good place to tell the richness of that story in a succinct way. That might be quite a useful, because a lot of people who will pick this up will read this and either feel calmed by the fact that it's broader than why are you bothering me with a couple of improvements, that there is more to come. So I think there's quite a story in here on the project plan and our plans and phasing, and this would be a perfect place to put it.
Okay, I see nods to that suggestion, and you know it is right up front. So yep, okay. So I think that's an instruction to staff just to take that away, and you know, as you say, if we can make it succinctly, I think that's always a good test. You can write it short. Okay.
Next is page 5, the table of contents. Then amendments part 1. That's
Andrew.
Oh.
You're on the page, the table of contents.
Yeah, I just think as drafted, it's not really useful. Part 1, definition of material. Part 2, definition of material. Part 3, definition of material. Maybe we can just say, you know, updates to conceptual framework, IPSAS 1, IPSAS 3 may be more useful.
Okay, I think we can do that. Okay.
So next is page 6, part 1, definition of material.
Andrew, and then Renee.
So this one is more a substantive point. So because we are updating the primary uses here, and we had a discussion earlier about it's just making it succinct with the rest of the framework. So in chapter 2, we do speak there about the primary uses and the objectives of general purpose financial reports. So I think it's particularly paragraphs 2.4 and 2.6 for the conceptual framework that start making the links to primary users. It may be useful just to put that in here, that it's easier for people to see where we're coming from and why we're making the change.
Okay, thanks, Andrew. I think that's Ross to you. Okay.
So Andrew, do you recommend that actually goes in 3.32 or the BC to 3.32 to tell people where the background is?
So my recommendation was to put it in the, just in what we're proposing. I mean, it's not underlined, so it's just for people to see it. But if we want to put it in the BC to explain it, I mean, they can read it there as well. So whatever works best.
Okay. Renee.
Just to come back to that, I don't think we want to redraft the BC. So I think we
If you just pull the base forward, Renee, it's mobile, so you can have it wherever it's.
Yes. Okay. Like I think we put it in the core of the exposure draft. We don't want to redraft the BC with that in there. So, but anyway, that wasn't my question or my comment. I just wanted to make sure that we were going to insert the footnote here that we talked about, right? And then you're going to make the same change in IPSAS 3, so I won't raise my flag again. Thank you.
I already have drafted those into my ED to make those changes, so you will see that on Thursday. Thank you.
Okay.
So next, that moves us to page 7, part 2, and that'll be page 7 and 8.
Angela.
Thank you, Chair. This may be part of the drafting editorials, but my suggestion is in paragraph 13 at the bottom of page 7. I'm very pleased that our material definition includes the discharge of accountability by entities to reflect the public sector context. But I noted in paragraph 13 and a couple of other places throughout the ED that we talk about assessing whether information could reasonably be expected to influence decisions. I would like, for consistency through this document, where we have that, to have reasonably expected to influence the discharge of accountability by the entity or the decisions made by primary users, to maintain the consistency of accountability and decision-making purposes consistently through, and again, to avoid a view that perhaps paragraph 13 is slightly different from our materiality definition.
Okay, that obviously makes sense. So thanks, Angela, for that. Mary next, and then Adrienne.
Yes, thank you. Related to the paragraph 13, the paragraph 13A is it is not easy to understand because the first sentence 13A, many existing it cannot require reporting entities to provide information directly to them and must rely on general purpose financial statements for much of the financial information they need. And so it is so not easy to understand the relation because the primary users is the representatives included in the representative is included, and so the who can access the necessary information and who have the necessary information. It is not clearly, I cannot understand. And so the paragraph 13 and 13A, the consistent descriptions should be needed from my point of view. Thank you.
It's okay, we can just work together on that drafting piece so it's clear. And then all the members will see it on Thursday, but I'll work with Mary on that. Thank you.
Okay, thanks for that. Adrienne.
Just a point on obscuring the information in paragraph 12A-E. I think it's rightly said in the document that too much information could obscure the information delivered to users. So the point is I would use different wording by saying reduced as a result of material information being overloaded by immaterial information, blah, 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 unable to discern what information is useful. Because the idea is that hidden doesn't mean much to me, hidden, but doesn't relate to the fact that there is too much information. And this is one of the critique you can have to preparers, that they try to hide indeed, but by providing too much information, and what's the real cause is too much information, so overloaded or whichever other wording. And the fact is in the end that what the primary users should be able to is to discern what is useful to him and not what is material. Material is the responsibility of the preparer. This is the way I would word it.
Dave, you want to come back on that?
I take your point. I think we're limited in what we can do here because even though we're clarifying our guidance, I do believe this is an IFRS aligned paragraph, and we try not to wordsmith what they've done just to make sure. Augustine made this point earlier, but if there's any minor discrepancies, I know the handbook huggers out there really like to find those discrepancies and understand why. So we do try to stay aligned word for word where we're using IFRS paragraphs.
It's just because their wording is, for me, it's not appropriate. And this is the issue we have. We want to align.
Okay, so I mean, I think we'll have a look, but I think we, as David said, I think we're probably, bound by what we've already done in the conceptual framework on this. Okay, so we move on.
So that moves us to part 3, page 9.
Mira.
Thanks, Chair. So we had a comment on the effective date, just in terms of what are the plans. So will you consider an effective date like similar to what we do for the improvements to IPSAS? That is, usually if we publish the final pronouncement this year, would that be effective from January 2026? And if you would consider asking that to constituents in an SMC in this exposure draft? Thanks.
Ross.
So I don't know, might be jumping ahead of Dave and Augustine on this, but I don't think we'd want to talk about effective date now, and I don't think we've ever asked an SMC on an effective date. I think once we get the responses back and we finalize the actual changes, then we'll take into account what we've heard and come up with a proposal for the effective date in line with what our due process says. So I say that's why we don't have a proposed date in the ED. I think we, as due process, you said that after you approve the standard, and I don't think we're ready to make a recommendation right now. So if you could leave that with us, we'll bring it back when we bring the comments back.
Okay, thanks for that.
Part 4 on page 10 and 11.
Claudia.
Renee made the point that we should add something of a reference to the IPSAS 1 for when we amended IPSAS 3. Maybe it would be also an option in IPSAS 19, because there we have also edited the new definition of materiality, that we make a reference to the original standard, maybe in the same way we have done it with IPSAS 3.
Sorry. So is your comment more like, would it appear as a consequential amendment as opposed to a deletion when we add the cross-reference?
No, I think we agreed on that in IPSAS 3. As we deleted things, we make a cross-reference. The definition of materiality is now in IPSAS 1 on some certain point. And in IPSAS 19, we not delete the whole materiality definition, we repeat them, but a part of the materiality definition is still in IPSAS 1. So I'm just wondering if a cross-reference would be helpful there as well.
Thank you for clarifying that. Yes, thank you.
Okay, so I think we'll just look at that.
And that takes us to part 5, which is page 12 and 13. And then 14 and 15 are the legal terms at the end of the document.
Okay. So I think that was useful to do that walkthrough. So we will need a small group to work with staff on this. What we may do with the board's permission is we may shuffle the sessions, because at the moment we have a task force session scheduled for Thursday afternoon, and it may be useful to actually have that session on Wednesday, which would enable the material to come back round to members.
Particularly because I'm traveling on Thursday, so I would appreciate it.
Oh, okay.
Yes, particularly because I'm actually returning to Toronto on Thursday, so I would appreciate being live here with you on Wednesday. So thank you for that suggestion.
Okay, so that does. I'll just need to talk to staff about how we just schedule that within but yeah, okay, we'll come back to you on that to confirm. Just want to try not to make those changes of agenda, but it just strikes me that for the various different reasons that may well help. So, okay, so
We have the education session, but I don't know if it's
let's take that offline. We'll come back to you after the break with a firm proposal on that. So in terms of material, is there anything else you need in terms of input? Are there any other comments from members that we need to take account of at this point in time? Okay, Ross.
So I have an announcement I wanted to share with everybody, but I was going to do it at the beginning, but now that we've gone through the session and Augustine has been given a sufficiently good time by the board, it's a good time to announce that Augustina has recently been promoted to principal because of all the great work she's been doing the last couple of years. And I think from this session, you can see So, and I'm happy the board's welcomed her in the great way we do with lots of constructive input on her project. So great job, Augustina. Congratulations.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
Congratulations, Augustina. That's very good news. So I think with that, my suggestion would be that we take a break at this point in time and we come back at 5 past when we'll move into the session on the IPSASB application group. And I'll just have a discussion with staff at this point in time in terms of just how we sort the logistics on bringing this back. Okay, so back at 5 past, please. Okay, so just rounding off then on the previous discussion, in terms of the agenda, probably our conclusion is that actually there's probably sufficient space within the sessions that we've got, and bearing in mind various other interrelationships, that we are not going to propose to change the agenda, but what that probably does give members is time on Thursday then to review the proposed changes coming through. So, you know, obviously we'll keep that under review depending on how the other sessions go, but our conclusion is at the moment the agenda will stand as is. And if she hasn't already tapped members on the shoulder, I think Agustina will be coming round. So that we have a small group that can work with her on those changes. Okay, so we now move into the item on the IPSASB application group, and this feels like it's been quite a long time coming, but it's actually good to sort of have a first substantive session, and it's also very good to welcome Andrew as the inaugural chair of the IPSASB application group, or IAG to its friends. So maybe, Andrew, if we just go to you, you know, just to say a few words, and then over to Edwin.
Thanks, Ian, and yeah, thanks to you and Ross for the opportunity to be the inaugural chair. I think it's a very exciting initiative and opportunity to go forward, so really looking forward to that. Just in terms of I guess, opening comments, I know from the December meeting there were still a lot of discussions and perhaps comments around the operating procedures of the group from members. Edwin has tried to address the more substantive comments from the December meeting, but they haven't addressed all comments as of yet. And the idea with that is to get the group up and running now, run it for, say, the rest of this year, and then to start having a look at those operating procedures again. And so we'll, based on any comments that weren't addressed, plus the lessons that we've learned through running it, you know, what does need to be updated on those. So just in terms of where that is, Edwin has got in his slide presentation that he'll present now, just sort of a high level, what can the board expect in terms of feedback from the group? I think just to give members a little bit of comfort in terms of the oversight that they would have in terms of looking at what's going on within the group and what to expect back once we do have some queries on it. We are in the process of appointing members to the group to fulfill the various roles. Just to emphasize here that there is a focus on members having a strong IPSAS usage or background from their jurisdiction in terms of there. But if you do have suggestions of any individuals that you're aware of that you think would be, you know, good members for the group, if you can let staff or myself know. Staff are busy setting up the website and the communication plans in terms of the group, how to submit queries, etc. And once that's finalized, it will be shared with everybody. So if you can, once that is out, just distribute across your networks that we can get this word out. That would be good. You'll see today that the papers that have been brought are on annual improvements from it, and I guess that does look a little bit strange, perhaps at a first appearance in terms of what's happening. The group at the moment only consists of Edwin and I. And we've had a sum total of 2 questions, which also weren't necessarily the most technical questions at this stage. So there was capacity within the group to have a look at other things. And so we were asked to look at the annual improvements. And so we have started to do that. But the main focus of the group is to address any queries that it does receive from anybody really to the website. And the last thing is just to then thank Edwin for getting through those. You'll see this FIRGBAT on financial instruments it's a lot to get through, and financial instruments is complex at the best of times. So just to thank Edwin for his work on this. Thanks.
So thanks for that, Andrew, and thanks very much for agreeing to act as the chair. I think that's going to be an important role. So without further ado, Edwin, to you.
Thanks, Ian. So I was going to kick off with an introduction, but I think Andrew already covered most of these points. I'll just reiterate that we are working with comms at IFAC to set up a website where constituents can submit questions. And then, as Andrew said, we included the draft operating procedures at the back of the agenda item. We're not going to go through that in detail, but it is a living document. And if you have any comments, please let Andrew or I know, and we will try to incorporate them. So the rest of this session is really to go through improvements. And what the staff did is we've looked at all the improvements from the ISB that we have not implemented or aligned with IPSAS yet, and we've essentially broken them up by themes. So at this meeting, we'll be looking at the financial instruments related improvements. In June, we'll look at 4 that are related to business combinations and consolidation. And then in September, there are 2 that are related to first-time adoption. And we've moved those to the end because we're currently updating IPSAS 33. So the plan at each of these meetings is to actually vote on each amendment as I'm presenting them. And in September or December, if depending on how quickly we move along, when we approve the final ED, the vote is really just for whether it should be in one improvements ED or whether it should be separated into narrow scope amendments, and also to vote on a comment period. So in addition to that, this timeline shows our plan for the rest of the year. And if there are any analysis or if there are any updates from the ISB or the IFRIC, we will also bring those in to the meetings. So the plan going forward is to have a standing item on the IPSASB agenda where the group will report our work for the quarter, if any queries have come in or if there has been any updates from the ISB. And what the report will look like, or what we're thinking of reporting to the board, is really going through the number of questions that we've received. Now, not all of them will be elevated to a level where we need to discuss them with the IPSASB. And so that's why we're just going to have a total of the number of queries, and then we're going to have summaries of the actual questions where it warranted an analysis by the IAG. So we're going to bring a summary of the fact pattern, a summary of the analysis, and then also the group's conclusion, which could be a recommendation that, the current IPSAS already addresses the issue, so we don't have to do anything. It could be a recommendation that there could be a standard setting project that should be engaged in, or we could develop additional education materials. And as I said, we'll also update the board at each meeting if there are any updates from the IFRIC or the ISB.
Thanks, Edwin. So Renee, you wanted to come in, and then Karen.
Yes, unless I missed it, do you have any insight on how you're going to be recruiting members? Is there a public call for inviting members to participate in the new application group? Just curious on how this will play out.
I mean, I think there's a variety of routes that we can bring people in. To some extent, you know, I mean, it's going to be discussion in terms of where do we see the queries coming from. And one of the ideas that we had was actually, you know, it's a good way of getting different people into our work who are using, as to Andrew's point, who are using the standards. And so, you know, what certainly we've found in the past is actually there may well be people who've come through the sort of member application process who've actually, you know, met the criteria for board membership, but actually we just haven't had space to bring them in. So that may be one source of you know, potential members on the, you know, let's take advantage of the practical experience and, you know, but I think, you know, this may well be something where we get things started, we get people in on a relatively short-term basis, and then to Andrew's point, we review how this is actually working, and if we need to put some more formality around it at that stage, that's open to the board to discuss. And I think, you know, I know Ross or Dave, if you want to add to that, but
I can add a little more color. We've had discussions with Andrew in Q1. What we really wanted to do in Q1 was work through some of the processes with the chair, and then in Q2 get the broader group set up. We have talked to Andrew and we have identified some individuals. We'd like to keep the task force right now limited to 4 or 5 members to keep it small, to kind of really be nimble and move through issues. But I think, Ian, you made this point where we need expertise on specific topics. We will invite, I'll call them guest members, to support on those issues. We are prioritizing individuals with technical expertise, accounting expertise, that are applying IPSAS or a form of IPSAS in their jurisdiction. So we really want those individuals that are users. And I guess more to come, Renee, but we're not doing a public call. Andrew, it looks like you want to come in as well, but we have put some thought into it and we will be reaching out to those individuals. I don't think there's any additional board members. Andrew's the board representative. But to Ian's point, there are some individuals within our network that we want to make sure that we capture. And Andrew, I'll let you come in.
Yeah, so just to add, at the moment, there's not a public call necessarily going out because I think we just want to get used to the group, see how it's running. But Renee, the one thing we have looked at is to try and also just get a different types of user bases within it. So users, preparers, auditors, consultants, for example, that we've got the different perspectives that people would bring to the table, and to try and get, you know, representative from the different jurisdictions as well. But if you are aware of somebody, please reach out to us.
And the other thing I think it just does bear underlining is the fact that although, if you like, here, you know, the group has started off with annual improvements and a catch-up process with previous improvements that we haven't swept up. Our annual improvements process can also and should also pick up questions that are raised about the application of IPSAS. So, you know, that may well come through that, you know, and it's another reason why the IAG can be that first line of sort of review for the board, because as our standards are used more, then it's likely that we will get more questions that may result in a recommendation to the board that some clarification is required. Karen?
Thank you, Chair. I did have a question about the inclusion of the improvements as part of the IAG. I hadn't read that in the operating procedures, and so I was a bit confused, to be honest, about seeing those two together, because I had thought that sort of annual improvements would be part of staff's, if you like, normal day job, and particularly if we're looking for more volunteers to come forward to be part of the IAG, do they know what they're signing up for if that's part of it? Because that's a bit bigger potentially than just responding. I say just, I don't mean that in that pejorative way, but in terms of responding to questions that have come up. So I just found that a little confusing. It would be really good if you could explain kind of the approach and rationale, and particularly as I think I've understood the IAG to be advisory in nature, how does that all fit together with staff? Because I say it's just left me a bit confused. Thank you.
first stab at this one because Andrew did speak to me about this, and wanting to muddy the remit of the IAG, which has a very specific remit. But take you back to the strategy itself, where if you go back and look at it, we've got maintenance activities, and improvement sits under maintenance activities because it's maintaining the standards, alignment with IFRS, and picking up minor changes in bunches and putting them through to update the standards. And traditionally, improvements are pretty straightforward. Staff handles them. We bring them to the board. One meeting, it gets approved, it moves through. In the last couple of years, though, as the standards are used, we get more and more challenges to improvements. And I would say if we've got this group that's got experts on using the standards, it's good outside of the board plenary session to test out and show what the improvements look like before we're sucking up board time here at the plenary. So that's why we're proposing that this group would also be a review mechanism and make the recommendations to the board along with staff on improvements. To that point, though, we don't want to muddy the main reason for this group and its purpose, which is unique and different in the past. So what we quickly agreed with Andrew was, although we might use the people in the group as a task force to review improvements, it would be kind of in addition to their remit as part of the international application group. At the end of the day, the international application group is, or the IG as I want to call it, but I'm not sure if anyone's going to let me, is a method outside of the board plenary session to work through items and make recommendations to the board. That's the same as how a task force operates. So I think if everyone's okay, we'll proceed in that manner. And then, as Andrew said, after we work through for a year, we'll have a think about the operating procedures and if any updates are needed.
The only other point I'd add on, and it's just to echo something Ian said and add on to what Ross said, and maybe the first point that Andrew said, give us a few quarters to work through this. And that's because that schedule that Edwin showed you were IFRS improvements, but some of the queries that come from constituents that are public sector specific might result in public sector specific improvements. So right now it might look a little weird where it's IFRS focused improvements, but this might, like I said, if you give us a few quarters, this might become more of an improvements process more generally. Or it might not, but I just wanted to say that we need to kind of work through and see how this all falls into place when we get queries that come in.
Karen, back on that.
So I think, and I don't want to say something on your behalf, but I mean, I think if the task force, if the IAG has got capacity and is being used as a task force, I think we should make use of whatever capacity we've got. I think it's muddying the waters. I think if it's improvements that have been led through IFRS, I think that should come forward as a staff paper and not as an IAG paper. They may have been advising on it, but my view, based on what I've read so far, is the IAG is responding to things that have come externally from members of the public, if you like, in terms of it. And that is what they're dealing with, and that is their priority. And that's what they should be setting their time to do, is responding to those urgent queries. But if they've got the capacity to support staff in looking at annual improvements, then personally, I don't have any objection to that. But I think it's about what's staff led and what's led by queries coming in from constituents, if you like, and being really clear and separating those.
Maybe 2 points. I think at the moment we definitely have the capacity through this group because we don't have a flood of queries coming through, and the mechanism to receive those isn't even formally set up. So I think for now that's not a problem. In terms of all of our projects, they're all staff-led, regardless of whether we have a task force or not. All the papers, all the guidance, everywhere we're taking, staffs take the first call. The benefit of having a task force involved is you get the external input outside the plenary session to help you shape those staff papers. And when you've got a task force or the IG, as I'm going to call it, agree on this, you'll have a recommendation from a broader group rather than staff. And that tends to strengthen the quality of the analysis being brought to the board, which makes better use of all of our time sitting around the board. So I think for now, let's operate it and use the capacity while we have it. If we run into the constraint where we're getting multiple, comments and we're getting a backlog and, the IG can't keep up, then of course we'll look at that and how we deal with it at that point. But that's a a future problem at this point. It's not one we've got at the moment.
Yakuba, you wanted to come in before I go to Angela.
Yes, I would like to elaborate on Rene's point. If there is no call, are you planning to have a kind of portrait of the position so that we can look at in our networks and look and see if somebody can fit the position? So that can be good idea to communicate with our members and constituents wherever they are, and maybe to bring them to this group.
So I think at the moment we're not putting that formality into it. You know, in the operating procedures, we've outlined what the group is supposed to be doing. I think we've elaborated the kind of people that we're looking for, and that's probably all the formality that we need at the moment. The more formality we put into this, the more it begins to look like IFRIC, and I think that's one of the things that we don't want to do. So I think again it probably comes back into that. Actually, what we need to do is get this up and running, and then you know, come back and have a look at what's actually happened during the first year of operation. What does that mean then in terms of operating procedures going forwards, but also, you know, are we getting the right sort of access to the right expertise in you know, what's come forward to the group? So I think that, you know, I mean, probably, you know, if you like, if there, as much as there is a decision around this, it is that actually it would be really helpful to have a review of that first year of operation. And he says committing the board for after he's been is departed. But I think, you know, if we say, look, March next year, we should have that review, and that should cross over who's been involved, what they've covered, you know, and just what we're seeing, partly in terms of what's happened in the first year, but also what we see going forwards. Angela, to you next.
Thank you, Chair. I found Karen's intervention quite thought-provoking on one topic, and that was the group's title. And I know, I don't want to upset anyone, I know there was quite a debate about whether it was called a panel or a group. Every time, I think the intervention, every time there is a response, it's just like any other task force group for which I think we're very comfortable with. And it was only because of Karen's intervention and the discussion and the explanation that the muddying the waters potentially about is it just from questions, or is it where we've got space for improvements? It's just like a task force group. And I did wonder whether we have got the name right and whether it really is actually an application implementation task force. It just struck me today, and I'm sorry to raise it, but
can we leave that one for now? We went round this in December, and we've got a group that we're in the process of getting up and running. If next year everybody feels really strongly that it's a task force rather than a group, we can make that decision. But I think for now, let's just get this going. It's an additional filter process for the board. So nothing is going to be decided in this group that doesn't come back to the board. So I think, you know, let's just not go around that again at this stage. Let's leave that for a year's time. You know, so I think let's just go with it for now if we can. Edwin.
Okay, so I will jump into the improvements. And the way I'm going to handle these is some of them do require some sort of background. So I'll explain why the ISB bothered with these amendments first, and then talk about what the amendments would be. So the first one is on supplier finance arrangements. And this is arrangements where essentially what an entity could do is get a third-party finance provider to pay their suppliers earlier than they normally could to get discount terms. So if you think back to invoices that say like 210 net 30, for example, if they pay within 10 days, they get a 2% discount. So by using these third-party finance providers, an entity might be able to pay earlier, get that discount, and then pay the finance provider at a later date and save on the discount, or they'll still pay a fee, but it'll be less than the 2% discount in my example. So this essentially creates a concentration of liquidity risk, and it wasn't really being disclosed before under the cash flow statement or in financial instruments disclosures. So what the ISB did was they proposed to amend their standards on cash flow statement and their standard on financial instruments disclosures. And our IPSAS 2 and IPSAS 30 are actually aligned with those standards. So because of that, staff is proposing to essentially bring in those amendments. And we're proposing to have disclosures on the use of these supplier finance arrangements and to disclose the effect of these arrangements on liabilities and cash flows, and also to disclose the exposures to liquidity risk. So, that I'll leave that for now, and I'll see if the board has any comments.
So, Camira, you want to go first?
Thanks, Chair, and thanks, Edwin. So when I was reading this, I would like to know if we have any idea of how prevalent is this case in the public sector. So who would be the ones using this new guidance? Or I also saw that we're incorporating new cortex in IPSAS 2, and I just wanted to know if this issue is prevalent enough in the public sector so that we really need to incorporate that in the core text of our standards. And if that is the case, who will be the user? Is only ministries of finance, or is more local governments? So if we have that kind of information, because otherwise it seems like we are just incorporating that because ISP did, so without analyzing how impactful will that be for the public sector. Thanks.
So we didn't do any research on whether any specific public sector entity is using this, but our thought was if it's becoming more prevalent in the private sector, there's no reason why it wouldn't become more prevalent in the public sector. And especially if you think about, liquidity now, and a lot of entities want to control their cash flows and get better discounts, then there is no reason why a government or public sector entity would not use this if it's available to them.
So I want to just carry on and take comments. I mean, I think we do need to just think about the questions that we pose in that respect, because, there's some resonances with some other projects, like, the question was raised in respect of exploration for an evaluation of mineral resources. But we did get feedback on that actually it was needed, and therefore we proceeded with it. So it kind of feels to me that may be a similar sort of situation. So anyway, Mary and then Patricia.
Yes, thank you. I understand the importance of the application of such kind of information. However, my point is that we have much attention, pay much attention to the public sector's future. That is budgetary control, and the public sector, the specific feature is, it is required to balance budget.
Do you mind just pulling the mic closer? If you actually pull the base forward, that will help, because you can move the whole thing.
Yeah, my point is about the public sector specific feature. That is a budgetary control, and the public sector is required to balance the revenue budget and the expenditure budget, and so it is necessary to make clear how such kind of information can be made use of, and such kind of information is useful for the public sector, and so the supplementary information about the maybe the obligation guidance also. It should be focused on the public sector's budgetary control and the budgetary fiscal democracy. And thank you.
Thanks, Mary. So I will take Patricia and then Noyati, and then I'm going back to Edwin. So Patricia.
My concern is similar to Mary, because I think this transaction it's not appropriate considering the fiscal rules and the budgetary execution procedures. And maybe you can give some wrong message when I include this transaction as a possible transaction in public sector. I think you be more careful, because this transaction was the main fact for some scandals recently in private sector, for example. And then I need to be careful to include this transaction without have evidence of the possibility to have this transaction in public sector. Thank you.
So I just think in terms of, I mean, there's a couple of issues that are emerging here. I mean, one was Kamira's point in terms of, is this really prevalent? I think there's another issue, which is the issue you, I think, are referring to, which is, you know, about budget fiscal rules, if it's not allowed in a jurisdiction, that kind of thing. I think that's not something we can legislate for, because if it's not allowed, then it doesn't occur. And, you know, our remit is financial reporting rather than, so I think that's something we can't get into. I think the prevalence point is perhaps the more, you know, in those jurisdictions where there's nothing against this, is this happening or not? Do we need to bring it in? I think is probably the point we can deal with. The fiscal point or the budget point is not in, you know, it's not within our remit. So Noyati.
Thank you, Chair. My opinion is quite similar to Marie and Pat and the camera, because it is not prevalent in my jurisdiction that it will happen in this way, because of the budget constraints and the fiscal rules saying that you cannot simply giving other supplier finance to finance your whatever expenses, because of you have to oblige the rules and the control of the budget and fiscal as well. So I don't know whether in other jurisdiction it can be happen. I don't know, but in my jurisdiction we cannot do it. Yes.
So I'll go back to staff on this, but I think again it's the point that if it's legally not allowed, then it won't happen in your jurisdiction. It's actually the question. The different question is actually, are there other jurisdictions where it may be allowed or not explicitly forbidden, and therefore we should actually allow for that possibility? And I think that's quite a fine point, but it's quite an important one. So Dave, if I go to you.
Yeah, I was just going to say that I don't think including this guidance is going to encourage this type of transaction. I think what it's trying to do, and I think Edwin articulated it well, is for those entities that are concentrating their liquidity risk in one counterparty or fewer counterparties, you'll have to disclose that risk. I think, so as Edwin said, we didn't do an analysis of how prevalent this was in the public sector, and I suspect there are some jurisdictions that won't allow this, but I don't know why certain entities in the public sector wouldn't use supplier financing arrangements. And like I said, I don't think it'll encourage this behavior, but I also don't see why some entities wouldn't do this to save some money. So I think it's a disclosure activity that helps users of the financial statements to make better decisions.
Ross, and then I'd like to go to St. John, if that's okay.
So maybe just carrying on from where Dave was, I think the risk is here if there are jurisdictions that are using these types of arrangements, this additional guidance would help flag that and add transparency, including the cash flow impacts. In the absence of that, there's no guidance and maybe a lack of transparency and accountability, which worries me if, as a board, we decide not to do that. And I don't think the argument because particular jurisdictions around the board don't do that because they're legally not allowed to is a good enough argument. We're setting an international standard here. So I do worry because if there's finance companies going around selling this to private organizations as a service, you can bet there's many countries around the world doing this at many levels of the government. So I think maybe the question should be, if you don't think this is useful in your jurisdiction, why, or why it's not needed in the public sector? Because I don't think I've heard any arguments so far in this discussion that are a public sector reason not to put it in.
Sunjin.
Thank you, Ian. I think still the point is whether it is widespread enough. Well, the prevalence point is still valid. And I think I can't say only about the case of Korea, but I do not observe this kind of so-called somewhat creative financing, not because it is legally banned, but more about lack of incentive. So you're saying why public sector entity is not going to use it, but opposite side is why they have to use it, because all the money is going to coming from the budget. And even if there's any kind of saving made, no reward. But if anything goes wrong, then there will be a severe penalty going to be involved. So again, so if there's any jurisdiction using it, probably we need to look into more carefully to provide this kind of framework. But if not, what's the point? So back to the main point is prevalence is the things should be checked first, my view.
Okay, so I've got Karen and then Angela and then Renee. I just think we need to be really careful here in terms of separating out the international perspective from the jurisdictional perspective. And I'm not saying that, you know, this prevalence point isn't important, but actually that isn't necessarily the filter that we need to apply in terms of annual improvements. And that's why I raised the point about IPSAS 50, because actually a lot of jurisdictions said, well, we don't think we need this, but others came back and said, actually we do, because we're meeting this in practice. So I think we've just got to be careful about how we think about this and how we approach it. And if we do expose it, how do we actually position that? Because yeah, I think we've just got to be very careful about that. Karen, and then Angela, and then Renee.
Thank you. Just very briefly, I agree that the key point here is around prevalence of it and understanding the types of entity that are using it. I think a piece of research, if possible, would be helpful, because for me, it's about proportionality in terms of what this is asking for, depending on the types of entity who might be using it. Because certainly I've had feedback that said that for certain size of entities, this is a bit onerous to do. And I think we need to understand, where we think this might be applied to make sure that we provide appropriate guidance for the sector.
Angela, and then Renee.
Thank you, Chair. I support the staff recommendation to bring this in. I always start with financial instrument standards. I'm in a jurisdiction that values the alignment, particularly in financial instruments, between the private and the public sector, mainly because of our mixed group reporting and because it is a very technical standard. I think alignment, there are some real benefits right across both sectors if such a complex standard, technical standard, is aligned, unless there's a public sector reason to depart. I don't see a public sector reason to depart, and I also agree with the point that there are many budgetary and legislative protections in different jurisdictions, and I think you could even extend that to in our country, we are not allowed to incur any expenditure unless we have an appropriation. But that doesn't mean we don't have expenditure and be transparent in our financial reporting. So I don't think if countries are doing it, I do think it's important to be transparent. I think the only issue which is difficult at an international standard setter is the prevalence point and almost a differential reporting kind of idea. But I guess I would start with if it's happening in the private sector and these things exist in the public sector, they should be transparent. Perhaps in a jurisdiction, if there is a differential reporting framework, perhaps a national standard setter might look at whether it would be differential reporting for a certain size. But I'm supportive of the staff bringing this in for that, for the reasons I've sort of laid out.
Thanks, Angela. Renee?
Yes, thank you, Chair. I am also supportive of this. I think that these increasingly sophisticated way of financing are emerging in the market, whether it's available to a public or private sector entity. I think it cuts across all sectors, and I don't see a public sector reason to depart from this. Prevalence, if we use prevalence to not take this on, when are we going to take it on? And I think it's probably there's an increasing trend that these are coming into the market, and even in a private sector, to what extent is it prevalent? If it is happening, if it's creating a new risk, right? And these are entities that make the decision to enter into those transactions. So if the entity is not already making that decision, then this is not applicable. This should not be an issue to public sector. But if a public sector entity makes that decision, to your point, I think, Ross, is that there is a risk, and they should be disclosing that risk. So I am in support of the staff proposal.
Thanks, Renee. Tricia, are you back in again? And then I want to take Scott.
Maybe I could not be clear, but my question about the fiscal rules and legislation and budget is because it makes less prevalent in the public sector. It's connected with prevalence. It's not only about the specific jurisdiction characteristic. And I don't know if it's possible in other countries, but the question is about the prevalence. If we decide to retain this, I think it needs to explain or better communicate why. Maybe can be because of the risk involved in this type of transactions, but the prevalence, that is one of the criteria to decide about to include or not improvement. It's not clear about. I need to consider the way that IPSASB decide to include or not one improvement in this statement. This is my question. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, I think we've not really considered, I think to your point, we've not used prevalence as at an individual level, do you take an improvement or not? We've used prevalence as do we select a project or not? And probably that's where, in thinking about it, because I think this actually is a really useful discussion to have. In a sense, actually, that's where, you know, the point that Renee made is actually, you know, one of the factors I think we need to think about, which is actually, okay, there may be not, it may not be that widespread at the moment, but actually, you know, if it's available, then it's quite likely that people will take advantage of this. And therefore the prevalence point actually falls away over time. You are left with the point that Angela makes about is there a public sector reason not to do this? Speak, you know, across the board as a global standard setter. So I think that's one of the challenges we're going to face here is what's the playoff between that, but probably we've never looked at annual improvements in terms of, are they prevalent? We've looked at them as, is there a public sector reason not to do this? And particularly, yes, there always are criticisms about financial instrument standards. Actually, it comes back to the choices within financial instruments. There's only 3 possible accounting treatments. That's not complex. It's the fact that organizations enter into complex transactions, and that's why the financial instrument standards are complex. I always remember that from a meeting in France, actually, with the International Committee. Somebody said that. Scott, and then we'll go to over Adrian.
You said a lot of what I was going to say there, but I don't see any reason, public sector reason not to go forward with this. To Renee's point, you have a lot of governments that wander into things they shouldn't be in. Happens all the time. And so I don't take the excuse it's too complicated and how to do it. If you're in there, you better learn how to be doing it. Okay, so I think and there's a lot of agencies out there that do focus on financing transactions. And so I very quickly Googled, by the way, supplier finance arrangements in public sector, and I got hits. So anyway, so it's not empirical, it's not academic research, but it is, so I'm supportive.
Thanks, Scott. Over Adrian. And then I'll go back to staff.
Yes, well, I'm totally supportive of the recommendation. There are reasons for the public sector to adopt that proposition. The fact is that if we do not disclose that specific financial instrument, it's a way to obscure, we were discussing obscuring, it's a way to obscure the gross amount of payables. So for me, it's basic. It's just, a basic requirement for transparency in the, breakdown of the payables on the balance sheet. That's all.
Ross, back to you.
So most of what I was going to say have just been said, so I won't repeat it, but I think a couple of key things in addition. We're setting standards for public sector entities. A lot of the discussions to not do it have been about central government and budgetary rules, but there's a range of entities that use our standards, some of them quasi-commercial, including, the UN system, for example, and some organizations that do commercial type transactions but still use our standards. So I think we really do need a good public sector reason not to do this. And we can use an SMC to ask the prevalence question if we really have concerns around that. But I think Hervé Adrien really made the point well that I do see a really big risk on us having a difference from the private sector standards. If this is an emerging type of finance arrangement, governments are more cash constrained than ever. And we're talking different levels of governments as well that might not have the same ability the central government has to fund and might look for these types of things. And, I think back to when we were doing financial instruments, some of these local governments that got into really risky derivative transactions because they were in jurisdictions that didn't have guidance on accounting for those, and they ended up in a lot of trouble in the back end. So I think, again, it's 3 paragraphs we're adding in that if you don't have supplier finance arrangements, you don't have to do anything with. But if you do, you should really think about these disclosures and make sure you're making them, and the auditors should be looking for them. In the absence of that, who knows what will happen?
Mary, you wanted to come back in.
Yes, I don't have an intention to not to disclose such kind of information. But it should be made clear to the reason why such kind of information is useful and so important for the objectives of the financial reporting, so for decision making and accountability. What I want to say is that. Thank you.
Thanks. So I think that's been a really useful discussion, actually, because it's sort of, we've never really had this discussion before in the context of annual improvements. And I think it illustrates the challenge of being an international standard setter, actually. And I think there's, actually the point that Adrienne made, actually, that there's kind of real risk if we don't do this. Quite apart from the alignment point that Angela made. I think, though, the point about the prevalence is still useful in terms of making a final decision on this, that it would be useful to collect information on that. And it seems to me that the right way, so a tactical way forward on this would be that actually we do propose it, but as Ross has said, we ask the SMC, and I think actually in terms of the draft basis for conclusions, I think actually we need to make sure that the discussion that the board's just had is actually summarised in terms of the balance around and the different conflicting factors, that have gone into the deliberation. So I think on balance, therefore, if we describe the discussion that we've had and the reason why we're proposing it for inclusion, but also the reason why we're actually asking an SMC, which is around, essentially, if you see it happening, if you don't see it happening because of the regulatory regime or so on. So we need to craft the SMC quite well, I think, on that. And it would be, I think it's quite an important test case then for us in terms of how we consider annual improvements. So if we're okay with that as a tactical way forward, I think that would be the proposal, that we do proceed, but we ask the SMC and we do summarise the discussion we've had around it in the basis of conclusions. Patricia.
Thank you. Listening to the other members, I think the prevalence is not the only point. I think the impact, because if one entity has the kind of transaction and not to provide information, it's not good for, I think it's explain better this rationale. Maybe it's not prevalent, but the impact in the end that has the type of transaction, and because of this, thank you for the members for changing my mind.
Well, I always think that's actually the hallmark of good debate, actually, when members say they've listened to what other members have said and actually, being honest about it and saying, yes, actually, I have changed my view. And I think the kind of, almost the sort of anti-avoidance point, I think, is really important. So I think you started to draft the BC pretty well there. So if we're okay, then we move forward on that basis, but with that tactical positioning. So I think that's the agreement in terms of, yes, we will include there. And obviously, yeah. So to you, Edwin.
Okay, so moving right along. So this next amendment is actually 3 separate topics that were rolled into one amendment by the ISB. And this was actually not an improvement project, and you'll see why, because there's quite a bit. But it was actually a narrow scope amendment that the ISB released on financial instruments. And it really was the impact or the result of their post-implementation review of their financial instrument standard. And also it was the result of a question that went to the IFRIC. And it kind of highlights the risk of what happens when you have an interpretation group. But so essentially what happened for the first issue was a constituent asked the IFRIC to clarify when is a receivable considered to be settled? And the IFRIC said, well, usually it's when the right to cash expires and they have received the cash. So that sounded fine. But then the ISB then got flooded with a whole bunch of questions saying, well, if that's true for the receivable, then doesn't that mean for a payable side, you can only derecognize it when you know the other party has the cash? And that creates a lot of problems, because if you think about online payment systems, when you hit submit and you say, okay, I'm paying this amount, you don't actually know when the other party is getting that amount. So does that mean you can't derecognize your payable? So this actually became an amendment to IFRS 9 for whatever reason. And the ISB said, well, this doesn't make any sense from an operational perspective. And they said, we're going to allow entities to deem a liability to be discharged if they use an electronic payment system and if certain certain factors have been met. So the things they've looked at is whether the entity had a practical ability to stop or cancel the payment, whether they still had access to the cash that they've used to pay this amount, and whether there's a risk with the settlement system. So if, let's say, you direct a bank to pay an amount, is that bank going to go bankrupt within the time between the money actually moving to the counterparty? So the ISB said if all three of those factors have been met, then an entity can deem that liability to be discharged. So they actually amended IFRS 9 for that. And in terms of the public sector, well, the public sector entities use the same types of payment settlement systems as the private sector. So the staff made the decision, well, this doesn't really make sense to not incorporate as well, even though it is a silly amendment in my view. But I think it would resolve a lot of operational issues. So that's why we're proposing to make that amendment. The second issue is completely unrelated, and this is there is what's known as the SPPI test in financial instruments. And that's when you have an instrument that you want to recognize at amortized cost. You have to test whether the cash flows are essentially solely payments of principal and interest. And the question that the ISB got from their post-implementation review was, well, if you have a loan that's tied to ESG targets, how would you actually do the SPPI test? Because your cash flows would vary depending on whether you meet those targets or not. And the ISB's response to that was, well, you would actually have to look at every single possible scenario and see whether your ESG target changes the cash flows significantly. And if it doesn't, then you would still meet the SPPI test and you can classify that instrument at amortized cost. So that was the second amendment. The third unrelated question they got was, and this relates to OCI, but in our literature, we still have amounts that are recognized in net assets equity. And the issue was there is a prohibition in IFRS 9 where accumulated gains and losses cannot be recycled out of AOCI or accumulated OCI. And that includes gains and losses for instruments that have been sold and that the entity no longer owns. So a lot of constituents said, well, we have a lot of these accumulated gains and loss balances for things that we don't even own anymore. So this kind of is misleading. And the ISB agreed with that and said, okay, we're still going to prohibit recycling, which I found odd, but they're going to require disclosures of gains and losses that have been sold or derecognized and gains and losses in accumulated OCI that are still held by the entity. And because IPSAS 41 essentially has the same prohibition and we have the same presentation, but it's just in net assets equity, staff is proposing to incorporate that amendment as well. Okay, so I'll pause here for questions.
Thanks, Edwin. And I think this is where most of the members around the board sort of think, I'm so glad I wasn't around when we were working our way through IPSAS 41. Some of us were, and we did get familiar with the SPPI test and other such exciting things. Sorry. So open up for comments. Andrew.
So I do have one comment. So after Edwin and I are reviewing the papers, just the second one on SPPI, embedded in it is an example, and the example is specific to climate-related financing, which is kind of where the ISB got that question. My proposal is that we take that example and just make it more generic to ESG loans in general, because I think within the public sector space, it's more likely to have financing that may be linked to other ESG factors other than just climate. So the proposal is just to broaden that a little bit.
Okay. Angela, are you on that as well? Or different point.
I agree with Andrew. Until we do the climate related, it's a bit loaded to bring in a climate example. I just wanted to support the staff's recommendation, even though I appreciate where Edwin is coming from. And it's mainly because this guidance is available to IPSAS anyway through the hierarchy in terms of if a public sector had one of these questions, they would look to the IFRS guidance if it was absent in IPSAS. So I don't see a public sector reason not to bring it in. I also think it's just helpful because they would have to go and find it. So having it in is, again, quite useful. I think the first one on the bank account is, I just hope this is not going to drive anyone to have to prove do additional work to prove that when they hit the electronic button that to do that disclosure. I mean, it's that's the only thing that did worry me, is that it was going to create some effort required to prove. And I guess there is a kind of a view that most banking systems, you're not in control of when the money receives. So that was my only concern. But again, it's available internationally as in the hierarchy. So if you had an issue with that, or you would look to that. So.
Thanks, Angela. Dave, you want to come in? Okay.
So I was going to mention that amendment actually made sure that there wasn't any additional work that needs to be done to prove that. So.
Okay, I think that's helpful probably to make that point, actually. I mean, I guess actually then in moving forward, if the board is content that we should propose this amendment, I think it might be wise just to actually ask specifically about the point that, that Andrew's suggestion in terms of broadening it, because that's not, where you would get to, but then actually I can kind of, there's a kind of, there is a point to that we make that proposal. And I think it's just useful just to maybe tease that out a bit. You're looking perplexed, Andrew.
Yeah, I guess I am perplexed. I don't understand, and perhaps I'm not understanding your proposal, but I don't understand the output or the feedback we'd get from that. The main proposals in the core text are generic. It just speaks around these factors. It's just the example to make that clear, because I think people at the moment are so focused on climate, and I think it's just to make it, people are aware within the public sector space. It's a whole range of ESG targets. So it's just changing an example, not broadening principles.
Okay, thanks for that clarification. I mean, I think it's probably still worth actually highlighting that that's the reason for that. So that's probably more a basis for conclusion thing rather than, okay. Noyati.
I just want to, my concern is about the liability as discharge when using the electronic payment. Actually, this issue is now is everywhere we talk about it actually, but what if this year, let's say this year, the certain conditions are met, so we can discharge it as a that's liability. But what happened if next year the condition is not met for the same? So there is a inconsistency, not consistent to the application of that discharge of the liability. How we can, go about it?
Yeah, so if for whatever reason you no longer meet the conditions, you would actually have to somehow prove that the counterparty did receive the cash. Now, if you looked at the conditions, it has to be a catastrophic change for these things to happen. Like essentially you're saying that the bank that you were paying with collapse, then you can't really verify that they are going to pay the amount. Like that's one of the few ways I personally can see that you no longer meet these. So that's expected to be really rare. Yeah.
When we talk about the system, we don't know whether that particular system is, we call it stable this year compared to next year because of the environment is changing, the technology is changing. Might be they have a risk of not, the condition is not met between these 2 years. So that's my concern actually.
Yeah, I think in those cases you would have to deal with it if it actually happens, like if the conditions change. Because I think personally, I would think that if your bank had those issues, you would have a lot more to worry about than just whether you're settling these payables in time. So like for these not to be met, you essentially say that you don't even know if the bank still has your cash, right? So you would have a lot more problems, I would think, than just the settlement of liabilities.
And it's probably more likely to be prior year it was met and current year it isn't it?
It's about the consistency of, yeah. Yeah, I reckon I deem that the liability is discharged because I met the condition. But let's say next year, I would not saying that my liability is discharged because I'm not, the condition is not met. Because the consistency between those years, is it?
But that would be a change in facts, though. I don't really see what the consistency issue is. Like this assessment is done at a point in time. It's not, you're not saying that you expect this to be the same next year.
Dave?
Maybe we can take this offline if there's just a lack of clarity. And this goes back to Angela's point. I think the changes were made that we're proposing is more a practicality. It's that when you press send on your computer, you don't need to check 3 days later that someone received the money. Like that's all this is really getting at. So it's really, it actually, I think Angela reduces that. Like I'm not saying that was being done before, but it actually reduces the amount of work you'd have to do for your auditors and any conditions being met. To Edwin's point, I don't think they're necessarily high level conditions. It's just really a practicality from your books working or when you've recorded something in your books and when it's going to your financial statements and you're not having to do that extra step of checking whether someone received payment. You trust in your financial institution that it's operating correctly. And it really is just, I was thinking in most cases, probably a day or two difference between when you click send and when the payment's received.
And it is going to be a cut-off issue, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So we're content to make that, to include that proposal. Okay.
Okay, this next one is actually from an ISB annual improvement, and it's really just a lot of editorial changes to financial instruments. So essentially, they've come through IFRS 7 and IFRS 9 and noticed that some of the paragraph references did not really tie into their version of measurement, which was IFRS 13 leases or revenue. Or it uses wording that was not consistent with their version of measurement, which is fair value, leases, or revenue. So these are really just editorial amendments to essentially fix the paragraph references that are in IPSAS 30 and IPSAS 41 now, or to change the language so that it's consistent with our version of leases, which is IPSAS 43, and also IPSAS 47, which is our version of revenue. Yeah.
Okay, we consent to propose those changes. Okay.
This last one is quite complex, but so essentially what happened is the ISB and the IFRIC were asked how to deal with contracts to purchase electricity that is essentially green energy, and they call these nature-dependent electricity contracts. And the issue here is in financial instruments, there's this concept of own use exception. So normally if you buy a commodity that can be settled net in cash, so something like the electricity, you would be required to account for that as a financial instrument. But there is an exception in IFRS 9 and also in IPSAS 41 that says if you are essentially acquiring these commodities, or electricity in this case, for your own use, your own production, or essentially in your own operations, then you do not have to account for this contract as a financial instrument. You just account for it as a normal purchase contract. But because these nature-dependent contracts fluctuate, because the amount you get depends on, for example, how much a wind farm actually gives you or how much solar energy you actually get, some of the constituents from the ISB were asking, well, how do we prove that this is actually lining up with our own use? We don't actually know what we're getting. So the ISB looked at this contract and they thought, or this issue, and they thought, well, green energy is becoming more prevalent, so we should have a more holistic review of this topic. And what they've proposed to do is first, there's now a description of what these nature-dependent electricity contracts are in IFRS 9. And secondly, they said for own use exception, essentially you look back up to a year of how much electricity you were using, and if what you've contracted in this green energy contract lines up with that, then you can say that's for your own use and you don't have to do any more analysis for that. But in addition to that, they went one step further and they said, well, we want to also add in guidance that these contracts can be used as hedging items in a hedge relationship. And finally, they said, we also think that there should be disclosures about how these contracts will impact an entity's future cash flows and also their financial performance. So when staff looked at this, essentially, we didn't really look to see if there are any public sector entities or any governments who have these green energy contracts, but the expectation is that they're going to become more prevalent now because of the focus on climate change and sustainability. And because of that, we thought it would be important to bring these amendments into IPSAS 30 and also IPSAS 41. So essentially what we're proposing is to add in a description of these nature-dependent electricity contracts, add in the application guidance that essentially tells you that if the contracted amount lines up with your historical use, then you can meet the own use exception. We're also adding in, or proposing to add in, the hedge accounting guidance, which includes an example on when such contracts can be designated as a hedging item. And we're also amending IPSAS 30 to say if you have these contracts, you should disclose the impact on your cash flows and your future financial performance. So I'll pause there for any questions or comments.
Anybody disagree with including this? Jonah. Okay, so I mean, I think it's similar to the other discussions that we've had. Okay, so yeah, okay. Thanks. I mean, I think that first discussion was actually really helpful. You know, it was really useful to have that discussion, and it just, it does show the challenges we face in terms of really trying to work out, well, is this something that's likely to be happening, and how do we move forward on that? So, Edwin, in terms of back to process, then I think.
Yeah. So we're going to. move forward and have this ready to be in an exposure draft, but it won't come back until either September or December. So for the next meeting, we're going to bring the proposed amendments for business combinations and consolidation, have a similar discussion, and then in September, we'll have a consolidated improvements ED with all the amendments together.
Dave.
So as part of that, we will vote on whether to include these improvements. And then to Edwin's point, we'll decide at a later date how to expose those. So we will have a vote today on the actual improvements.
I think we've actually already agreed to their inclusion. Yep. Okay. So I mean, in terms of each of those discussions, the fact that we've concluded on that they should be included. So I think. Okay. So I think that brings us to the end of the discussions for today. For those members that hopefully Agustina has now tapped on the shoulder, actually, we'd like to use the time to actually go through and develop the changes to BCs in terms of the draft ED on materiality. Other members, that's it for today. We will then come back and start on the agenda tomorrow morning in terms of IPSAS 33, and then we'll move forward from there. So thank you very much. Have a good evening. Thank you everyone for your input today, and see you 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Thanks.
Good job at those ones.
I'm sorry, the last one.